never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Recent attacks in Iraq and Syria may have resulted in injuries to as many as 45 U.S. service members. According to NBC News, this number is more than double what the Pentagon had previously disclosed. Since October, bases housing U.S. personnel have been targeted in dozens of attacks following the onset of the conflict between Israel and Hamas. It's believed that the drone and rocket attacks were carried out by groups with ties to Iran. Humanitarian aid is flowing into Gaza, but U.S. officials say it's not enough. State Department Deputy Spokesperson Vedant Patel told reporters the U.S. is aggressively pushing to get more aid into the Gaza Strip as the war between Israel and Hamas continues. He said more than 400 trucks carrying supplies have crossed into Gaza from Egypt, but more is needed. The Biden administration is allocating billions of dollars to enhance Amtrak's Northeast Corridor.
During a speech in Delaware Monday, President Biden revealed his administration is spending more than $16 billion for these upgrades.
Over 2,200 trains run on this corridor every single day, serving 800,000 passengers. It's the busiest rail corridor in the United States and one of the busiest in the world.
The initiatives encompass the reconstruction of century-old tunnels and bridges, as well as track enhancements aimed at improving travel efficiency. The resources are part of the bipartisan infrastructure law's broader $66 billion investment in rail. I'm John Schaefer.
A teacher shot by a 6-year-old can sue Virginia school officials. Lance Pry has more.
A judge has ruled a teacher, Abigail Zwarner, who was shot by her 6-year-old student, can proceed with a $40 million lawsuit against Virginia school officials for failing to act on warnings. The Newport News School Board argued she was only entitled to workman's compensation because the injuries happened at work.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each Pure Ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds is planning to endorse GOP presidential hopeful Florida Governor Ron DeSantis at a rally in Des Moines. It's a big deal for DeSantis, lagging far behind frontrunner Donald Trump in the polls as he hopes to use the endorsement to get Iowa Republicans on his side before the Iowa caucus. A Bay Area casino in California is at the center of a tuberculosis outbreak.
It's scary. It's scary to think about because I don't come in here all that often, but when I do, I don't want to leave with anything.
Buffalo Bills player Damar Hamlin setting up a scholarship program in honor of the hospital workers who saved his life. Hamlin suffered cardiac arrest on the field back in January while playing in Cincinnati and ended up in the ICU for a week. Over the weekend, he announced he was establishing 10 $1,000 scholarships, each one in the name of the 10 people on the hospital team that kept him alive. Five Nights at Freddy's remains at number 1 in the box office. The horror film based on a video game took in almost $19.5 million in its second week in theaters. Former President Trump's testimony in his New York civil fraud trial has concluded. He spoke with reporters as he was leaving.
It's a case that should have never been brought, and it's a case that should be immediately dismissed.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, ready or not, here we go. Cue the microphone. It is time. And here we go. Closing out a Monday. We'll turn the page on the calendar. Time zone to time zone. We'll be making our way into the 7th day of November. Yes, a full week into November. And 11/7, Election Day. It's what they call an off-year election. Around the country, there are a handful of governor races, lots of state legislature, state ballot issues that we'll be paying attention to. And we'll break some of that down for you as we make our way into a brand new day. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. A little bit on the breezy side outside the secret bunker tonight. No precip. And that's an overwhelming majority of the country once again tonight. Areas that do have some precip. And for the most part, we're talking the liquid form rather than the frozen kind. Now we've got the Northeast and the Northwest tier of the country. On the U.S. side, it's rain. We got some pockets of heavier rain in western Massachusetts rolling toward the Boston area over the next few hours. Has some heavier rains on up into eastern New York, northeast New York, upstate. You'll find spotty showers. A couple of lines down through portions of Pennsylvania, all the way back toward the Ohio-Pennsylvania line there. Again, that's very spotty in nature. The heart of the country is high and dry. I do see we're going to have some fog concerns tonight. Dense fog advisories. Much of southern Kansas, northern Oklahoma. So be prepared for that. Red flag warnings, dry conditions, windy conditions. From the Texas Panhandle through much of central and eastern New Mexico, red flag warnings also in place for east central Arizona and west central New Mexico tonight. Aside from that, not a whole lot on the map. That's going to be changing as we make our way, especially into midweek. It's what they call, it's the time of year, weather whiplash. You go from one extreme to another. Exhibit A, the second accumulating snow for Denver in a little over a week's time is brewing. Another push of chilly air coming in. The quick-hitting snow and the chill after 3 days in a row. We're going to deal with highs in the 70s. It's been downright beautiful. You are right now running 15, 20 degrees above the norm for this time of year. Right on through Election Day. This is a common occurrence for the Denver area, as well as much of the eastern slopes of the Rockies. These swings can be very dramatic and depend largely on which way the wind blows. When the air blows from the southwest or west, the air descends, becomes compressed, and warms up rather significantly, just like what we're anticipating through the upcoming day for Tuesday. Usually, dry conditions accompany a wind from the west and southwest. But when those winds flip around to the east or northeast, like they will from Wednesday to Thursday, the air now descends and cools. Moisture can be squeezed out of the atmosphere. Temperature can plummet 20 to 40 degrees in literally a matter of just a few hours. That upcoming flip in the winds midweek will indeed bring colder air and some snow. Now, temperatures are going to stop in the 20s and 30s versus dropping into the single digits and teens. That cold snap back in late October, we saw that brought 6 to 10 inches of snow to the Denver metro area. This particular event, Wednesday night into Thursday morning, much less intense for the Denver metro compared to the heavy snow we saw in late October. But enjoy the warmth ahead of the snow. And temperatures not that far from freezing during the snow will tend to limit the accumulation outside the mountains and the foothills in this case. The snow this week, probably just 1, maybe 3 inches across the metro area, 3 to maybe 6 inches further to the west over the foothills, 6 to 12 inches along the Front Range. Higher elevations more likely to have more widespread, slushy, snow-covered roadways. Now, because of the snow and the dropping temperatures, obviously, motorists in the region and airline passengers, we could be talking some travel delays through the Denver area, especially as we look toward Thursday morning. Shortly after the snow event, temperatures will rebound back to the lower 50s, so any snow that does accumulate will likely melt away pretty quick. Meanwhile, we've got a sneaky wave of cold air that may be just enough to set the stage for some snow, sleet, and freezing rain there in parts of New England and upstate New York in that same time frame, Wednesday to Thursday of this week. Now, for folks headed out to the polls here on Election Day, you may have to dodge a few raindrops. The push of cold air after a dose of warm fall conditions, 60s and 70s in the mid-Atlantic and the southeastern portions of New England here for Election Day. However, a preliminary storm traveling eastward along the border between Canada and the U.S. will send some colder air southward later on today and through Tuesday night. The storm and that trailing cold front will bring some clouds and showers across the Northeast, even though all-day rain is not anticipated pretty much anywhere. You might want to keep an umbrella or a rain jacket handy if you're heading out to vote or as you head off to work and school later on this morning. Temperatures will dip down below freezing across portions of northern New York, central and northern and western New England Tuesday night, and may recover just a few degrees for highs on Wednesday before dropping off again Wednesday evening. That'll set the stage for a mixed bag, snow, sleet, some freezing rain in those same areas Wednesday night into Thursday morning. It's going to be a relatively small amount. However, for some of the lower elevation locations, this is going to be the first of the season, and even a light mixture of snow and ice can make for slippery travel conditions. So there you go. There's also the potential for the precip to slide to the south of northern Maine due to a wedge of dry air over eastern Canada. Further south, say from New York to Philadelphia, Boston, air is going to be just a tad too warm for any frozen precip, but even in those areas and many others, it's going to be a cold rain. Temperatures that will feel with the winds like you're in the 20s and 30s at times. So a chilly rain coming your way in the Northeast. Aside from that, hope your week's off to a good start here. What are we looking at? 64 degrees. We've actually warmed up outside the secret bunker clouds and again on the breezy side, but good to have you with us. Who we got checking in out of the box here? Let's head on over to our Facebook stream. Let's see. Debbie on board from the Hoosier State. How about that? A nice 60 degrees at this hour. No complaints. High of about 68 in Indiana today. Hope everybody stays safe out there, especially my special driver. For those who are veterans, you should check out the restaurants that give you the freebies for Veterans Day. Have a terrific Tuesday. Yes, here it is. Travel Centers of America, I know, nationwide, there's going to be, you could pull up, maybe I'll pull some of those up for you. Some of the deals, obviously some are better than others, but Travel Centers of America, the nationwide truck stop chain, offering a free meal for military veterans this weekend in honor of Veterans Day. Veterans Day, of course, Saturday. TA will be inviting active duty military veterans and reservists to take in a free meal at their participating quick service or full service restaurants. To obtain the free meal, you're asked to present proof of service before ordering. Now, that would include a uniform service ID card, a current leave and earnings statement, Veterans Organization membership cards, or maybe a photograph in uniform, a DD-214, a citation or commendation. They make it pretty simple. But according to the CEO of Travel Centers of America, the enormous impact of these courageous individuals will always be recognized within our organization. Last year, TA was able to help over 200 special operations veterans around the country with their Roundup campaign. They're hoping to surpass that number this year, thanks to all those who have dedicated their lives to protecting others. Of course, Pilot Travel Centers around the country is also offering a free meal for military veterans and their families over the Veterans Day weekend. All the major truck stop chains and so many others typically join in with that. Speaking of Veterans Day, the Truckers for Troops campaign is indeed up and running. They've expanded things this year. Rather than 1 week, it's a 2-week event. That's with our friends at the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, where they reduced the annual membership fee to just $35 during this campaign, 10% going to the Truckers for Troops, and that is then matched dollar for dollar. by the organization. We'll share a bit more on that coming up here. But, yeah, if you want to jump on board, they're always happy. A lot of folks are lifetime members, so you don't need to update or renew your membership. They can always accept tax-deductible donations for the Truckers for Troops campaign. Hello to Philly Dan. I guess it is Taco Tuesday, right? Thank you, Philly Dan, for reminding me. Larry checks in here on a Tuesday. Good afternoon, Hammer Down. Marianne, good morning. Steve and the overnight family. Hello to all those listening friends out there. Pappy, Buckeye Boy, Miss Millie Gilligan, the Michigan Madman, and on. And you're going to miss somebody. Let's see. Shorty is rolling I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia. At 53 degrees, it's Orlando turnaround number 1. As many drivers get their week started here, Monday night into Tuesday morning. Rubber Duck, what do you got? Camped out here trying to get the E-log to work. Honestly, I'm trying. Yes, I'm trying. All right, let's see. I-94 in Michigan. Let's see. Rockpick, good morning. It's been a few days since we've heard from Rockpick. Good morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and those wise old night owls. Current conditions, Rochester, partly cloudy, 55. Here I am, awake at the keyboard. I love hanging out with the overnight crew on the overnight drive. Everybody stay safe and enjoy. There's John, who likes to chime in and welcome us in. Steve and Stevettes, Godspeed to you and your listeners. God bless the United States of America and the nation of Israel. Hello, Pappy. Yeah, it is a warm 64, Harrison, Ohio. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour rolls around, trying to crank up the volume and dial up Mr. Summers at 844-844-3388. Brought to you by Hot Shot Secret and Gold Eagle. Coming to you from the secret bunker somewhere deep inside the Earth's crust. Let's let it roll. Hammer down and be safe. Are you with me? There's Captain Ron on board. 54 degrees, rolling through Gainesville, Florida tonight. Semper Fi, go blue. Yeah, Michigan. It's 19 past the hour. It is indeed the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, who else we got checking in? Glenn says, good morning, Steve. All the drivers out there are going to be taking the rest of the week off to trim up my palm trees and hopefully get out and do some fishing. All right, enjoy that. Enjoy some time off. Good luck there. Pappy said, I purchased some more Staybill at Harbor Freight today. I am prepared. That time of year, putting away the lawn equipment, got the generator ready to go for the winter months. Treat that fuel. Staybill. Good morning to Gilligan. Hello, Steve. All the listeners back on the road after being out a couple nights last week with the creepy crud. It's kind of overcast, but we're 55 at the airport, Roanoke, Virginia tonight. Go Dukes. 9-0, baby. Everybody keep it shiny side up there. Hello to Buckeye Boy. What do we have going on? Ackworth, Georgia. Got my local pickup and delivery off today. Now, when I got to my pickup and backed in, the owner noticed I had a flat on my tag axle. Luckily, his mechanic was able to get it off and patch it pretty quick after I loaded. I won't need the axle on my trip to California, but I might need it on the way back if I can find something coming back. Going to be kind of weird being back on the road again after this entire month off. Got to get back in the groove and start getting in that driver state of mind. Got to head over to visit the grandkids tomorrow before heading out on Wednesday. All right, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yeah, it's back to the cross-country trucking thing for Buckeye Boy. Hello, Brain Dead. Good morning, Steve. Happy Tuesday for you, and it's time to get this show moving. I'm sorry, this slow-moving, white-painted grocery truck for what's his Friday. Last night delivered another 102,000 pounds of groceries to the people in the Memphis area. Now it's time to head to Jackson, Tennessee for a drop, then drop out to Oakland, Tennessee. Let's see, I didn't have time to send you this, but the tow company in Memphis is now suing the police department. I'll try to call in later. That's been the debacle. We've been following that. Is that A1, I believe? Yeah, towing the trucks, booting the trucks, exorbitant fees, thousands of dollars for companies trying to get their trucks back. What a mess. All right, Ice Cream Man checks in from Waterloo, Iowa, with the wife and the girlfriend checking in. You're trying to stay warm. Very good. Thank you so much. All right, we've got some updates in regards to the union. The strike is over, right? The strike had ended. Yeah, supposed to be back to work at the Big Three. I guess the trickle-down effect continues. United Auto Workers strike against the Big Three continues to hit production at the automakers. GM on Monday announced additional layoffs of nearly 200, and Stellantis and Ford reported cuts as well. Some of the details are coming out here. General Motors is expected to build a more affordable version of the Chevrolet Bolt electric utility vehicle in Kansas and a new series of premium electric vehicles for Cadillac and Chevrolet in Michigan, which is part of their planned $13.3 billion in investment in U.S. facilities. The outline of GM's planned investments, this is from now till April of 2028, was laid out over the weekend in a United Auto Workers summary of the new contract that they had negotiated with GM. Most of the broader investment was already in place, but the UAW document noted that GM expects to invest $1.25 billion at their Lansing Grand River plant in Michigan and $391 million in their Fairfax, Kansas plant. GM is considering whether to build a lower-cost version of the Bolt electric utility vehicle at the Fairfax plant in 2025, then the premium electric vehicles for Cadillac and Chevy, including a pure electric performance model with the Corvette name in Lansing beginning in 2027. Now, GM said on Monday they would not comment on the tentative agreement pending ratification by the UAW. I haven't seen anything, because that's what I was kind of curious. How long does it take for this vote to take place, the ratification, to say it's a done deal? Now, in a statement, the company did say we'll have more specifics around our product details moving forward. The UAW summary did not specify products or timing for GM's Fairfax and Lansing plants. Yeah, right now they build the Chevy Malibu and the Cadillac XT at Fairfax, and the Cadillac CT4 and CT5, as well as the Chevrolet Camaro in Lansing. Of course, all of those vehicles have the internal combustion engines. Mary Barra said that the current Bolt will be phased out of production at the end of this year. She said GM expects to introduce a revised Bolt with lower cost batteries, but hasn't said when or where that new model is going to be launched. The bulk of GM's U.S. investments over the contract's 4.5 years total about $9.1 billion and will go toward 5 vehicle assembly plants and 7 parts plants to build electric vehicles and components, according to the UAW summary. It is 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. Recent attacks in Iraq and Syria may have resulted in injuries to as many as 45 U.S. service members. According to NBC News, this number is more than double what the Pentagon had previously disclosed. Since October, bases housing U.S. personnel have been targeted in dozens of attacks following the onset of the conflict between Israel and Hamas. Humanitarian aid is flowing into Gaza, but U.S. officials say it's not enough. State Department Deputy Spokesperson Vedant Patel told reporters the U.S. is pushing to get more aid into the Gaza Strip. More than 400 trucks carrying supplies have crossed into Gaza, but more is needed. A teacher shot by a 6-year-old can sue Virginia school officials.
A judge has ruled a teacher, Abigail Zwarner, who was shot by her 6-year-old student, can proceed with a $40 million lawsuit against Virginia school officials for failing to act on warning.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And, of course, phone lines are open at 844-844-3388. So we were kind of breaking down General Motors unveiling what I'd have to describe as a rather risky strategy. And both Ford and General Motors in the past month did announce some delays in some of these electric vehicle-related investments. The market just does not seem to be there. We've talked ad nauseum about the number of electric vehicles that are piling up on the dealers' lots. The general public, just the interest in them is not there. Now, why I say GM is pursuing a rather risky strategy, that is because their strategy is much different than Ford and Stellantis, where the introduction of hybrid gas-electric models aimed at the consumers who are not prepared or cannot afford to move from the combustion models to the battery electric vehicles, or BEVs. GM hasn't yet said if they're planning to introduce any new hybrid models in the U.S. There is more of a market, people willing to maybe move into the hybrid. You've got your internal combustion engine, you've got the battery for your local runs. They want that internal combustion engine if they're going to take a road trip. No one likes the idea of having to stop every 3-4 hours to plug in somewhere and find a place to plug in. So GM's transition is a little trickier, given their primary focus on the full battery electric vehicles. Battery electric vehicle demand over the life of the UAW contract is definitely not a given. So kicking the can down the road on that front may be justified. The vice president of global vehicle forecasting at Auto Forecast Solutions noted the timing on some of the electric vehicle investments by GM, Ford, and Stellantis was appropriately vague, as he put it. If the demand for these things does not pick up in the next 2-3 years, some of these new products may be premature. As I said, it's a risky venture they're taking on here, trying to focus solely on the battery electric vehicles. Which there's a good point where we can shift over to the trucking side. You know, oddly enough, you've got the boss man of J.B. Hunt. You know, J.B. Hunt's vice president and chief sustainability officer, speaking last week at the Northwest Arkansas Technical Summit in Rogers, Arkansas. A discussion about the challenges and concerns of electric vehicles. His quote, "Just because something appears to be better for the planet doesn't necessarily mean it is." Since 2016, Harper said he has immersed himself in learning about electric and self-driving vehicles. We have to be educated about all forms of energy today, understand where it comes from and what its byproducts are, and the impact on people around the world. There's been a ton of progress since 2016, but we still have many challenges as the technology is ahead of the infrastructure and also the policy in many cases. Now, we said we can't wait to have more zero-emission trucks. We've got 5 of them today at J.B. Hunt. Supposedly, the drivers love them. You don't smell like diesel. They're quiet, they're powerful, but there are problems. You don't have the range that's 1/5 of what diesel provides. It weighs more. It takes longer to charge. It costs 3 times as much as a diesel rig. And if you can find a charging station that's actually working. Now, he said his research showed that 21% of charging stations around the country are down at any given time. That's 1 in 5. Yeah, with all those issues, we have policy coming trying to require electric vehicles. We'll see where this all shakes out. Well, we are applying for the power we'll need to fuel these vehicles. Yeah, that's why I learn all I can about access to clean, reliable energy. But this is where the numbers get interesting. According to the International Energy Agency, for countries that want to meet their climate goals and achieve energy security priorities by the year 2040, millions of transmission line miles have to be added or replaced. It's the grid, folks. The estimated cost to invest in upgrading the grid is about $600 billion annually. Yes, more than $500 billion every year. Now, we have to get more electricity, but it's confusing to understand which way we should go. That's why we've gathered all the information we can before we make some bold statement or get on the bandwagon to cut off one energy source. We need to understand that the whole world needs more energy. Some just to improve their daily lives, others to power their plants and operate their infrastructures. The world needs more, not less. Now, the average age of power plants here in the U.S. is about 29 years. The 400 coal plants have an average age of 45 years. Of the 1,743 power plants that run on natural gas, their average age is 22 years. The 61 nuclear plants have an average age of 39 years. Now, in the year 2022, the total electricity sourced in the U.S. from renewable methods like wind, water, solar, biomass, geothermal was 21% nuclear, 18% coal, 16.9% natural gas was 39.8%. No one wants to do with less. We got to find a way to be more sustainable around the globe. Now, when you dig into the source of electricity, it's easy to see fossil fuel plays a critical role in supplying the energy we need. Now, we can look at clean alternatives. We also have to keep what we already have. Fossil fuel engines are going to be around for some time to come, people. Now, Harper advises it's essential to look at the amount of energy that goes into production and leave a cleaner carbon footprint. While some think the electric battery is a great idea to protect the Earth, as we now know, it may not be as clean as one might think. You've got a shorter range, you've got heavier weights, lost time when the trucker has to charge up. He said that's going to mean more trucks will be needed to do the same amount of work. The charge stations, the large charging stations, according to Harper, the big stations can charge 200 trucks at one time, but will need, backup generators at least 3 days a week because of how the freight demand flows. You got your big generator running to source your plug-in electric truck. Hello? Yeah, we also have to get caught up with what we're going to have before we lose sight of what we have today. Now, in intermodal, we can help shippers get a 60% reduction in carbon emissions per shipment. Obviously, speaking for J.B. Hunt, we're a big player in the intermodal logistics space and continue to move more customers to this mode when they're looking for a greener solution. He pointed to Toyota as having a promising technology that uses less cobalt and charges faster with a range of nearly 700 miles for a passenger car that they're close to releasing. Now, he went on to say there will be a commercial truck version coming somewhere down the line that maybe holds some promise. Right now, he said the electric vehicle and hydrogen cell options, those hold promise. But there's not been any big shift in either direction. We're investing in all of these, trying to stay close to the fuel providers that have served us for many years. I don't think they're going to sit still and let others take market share. They're going to be the first to move with hydrogen cell fueling or electric charging when there's a substantial advancement in one direction or the other. But yeah, just long story short, getting the cart ahead of the horse. General Motors, I think, is on a risky path, going full steam ahead on all electric vehicles. Our number, 844-844-3388. Charles checks in from Deer Lodge, Montana. How about them Oklahoma State Cowboys? Tell Big Ed just a little payback before his Sooners go to the Southeastern Conference. There you go. Yeah, we did talk to Big Ed, hour number 1 last evening. There's Brother Rambler. Good evening, wherever you might be. Brother Rambler checking in from Bruton, Alabama, where it's 57 degrees. It's crazy. We're nearly 10 degrees warmer than you here in Southwest Ohio, Rambler. 65 outside the secret bunker. Anyway, had a terrific service on Sunday at Determined Ministries Church. The message came out of the book of Mark. The woman with an issue of blood. Her faith was, if I can only touch his clothes, I know I can be healed. Had a great message, good singing. We even had an upright piano donated and delivered to us, Steve. All right, it's in tune, actually. I'll check in later, but till then, all of God's children behave, be safe, and know old Brother Rambler loves ya. And so does Jesus. All right, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, night after night, we talk about how it's been a rough 2023 in the trucking world across the board. Freight rates remain abysmal. Week after week, month after month, you're kind of scouring through the numbers, just kind of wondering, have we hit the bottom? Are things going to begin turning around? Just last evening, we were citing this is the time of year it's supposed to be peak season. Freight demand, stocking up the stores for the holidays. That peak season is obviously quite soft this year. Companies have been going under. Now, if you think you're in the mode for maybe purchasing a used truck, there might be some interest in this auction that's going to be taking place later today. The online auction to sell the assets of Minnesota-based Twin Express Incorporated. They had reported 72 power units and 73 drivers. This after the trucking company defaulted on a $19 million loan. Now, this nearly 3 months after the judge in Minnesota granted Twin Express lender, Chicago-based CIBC Bank, motion to name Novo Advisors, also headquartered in Chicago, as the receiver. Anderson granted the request for receivership in August after the 35-year-old General Freight and Refrigerated Trunking Company defaulted on their loan of nearly $19 million after recently purchasing about 26 brand new 2023 Kenworth tractors. And those are going to be part of the auction here. So essentially brand new trucks. Now, according to the court filing, the managing director, Eberhard Capital, acquired Twin Express in October of 2012. The FMCSA's Safer website states the Twin Express Contract and Common Carrier Authority was voluntarily revoked on October 19. At the time of the closure, Twin Express listed 72 power units, 73 drivers. The company's drivers inspected 181 times over the past 24 months, placed out of service in a 1.7% out of service rate, which is mighty darn good. The national average is about 6.7. So nonetheless, the court-ordered liquidation auction being handled by Jeff Martin Auctioneers of Glencoe, Minnesota today. I don't have the timing on this, but do a quick search maybe. Jeff Martin Auctioneers, Glencoe, Minnesota. The online auction of more than 206 pieces of equipment owned by Twin Express includes, as I mentioned, 26 Kenworth 2023 model year T680 semi-trucks and another 37 Kenworth trucks model years 20 to 22. So all relatively new equipment that hits the auction block today. About 8 before the hour. Let's see what's going on with Brother Rambler. Well, there he is, early on this Tuesday morning. Hey there.
Well, roll, Tide, roll, Steve. Praise God. We beat the LS who?
Mm-hmm.
LS who? Hey, buddy, that was probably the best game I've seen Alabama play all season long. And definitely one of the best games LSU played all season long. And I tell you what, that daggone quarterback, man, he is good that LSU has. I was chit-chatting back and forth, Steve, and I was like, man, either they put grease or Vaseline on him because we would close in the pocket and we couldn't catch him. And, of course, you know, we got that roughing the passer penalty put on us. It was not targeting. Even Dan Patrick was talking about that this morning, that it definitely was not targeting. The player that was in question did apologize. He said, look, I didn't, you know, he went down. I just, you know, buried my face mask in there to keep from hitting him, you know. So it is what it is, but man, I tell you what, that was a good game, and now we got to look forward to Mark Stoops and the Kentucky Wildcats this weekend. And you know, Mark Stoops coached with his brother Bob Stoops all them years, brother Steve, and you know that's going to be a hard fought game. They kick off at 11 o'clock in the morning, so I'm going to try and stay up and watch that when I get off work, but. Other than that, I'll quit making everybody throw up when I'm talking about my beloved Alabama Crimson Tide.
I was looking at the schedule. You got Kentucky, then you got Chattanooga, then you got Auburn.
Mox.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, Steve, I don't care what kind of season Auburn has. That Iron Bowl, it's so personal that they can have the crappiest season. They will play us tough. I mean, tough. I can recall back in 1989, they had Reggie Slack, Auburn, number 17, Reggie Slack as their quarterback. And we were undefeated, Alabama was. And they had a 4-loss season. They have lost 4 games. And, man, they jumped up there and just beat the holy garbage out of us. And then, of course, we went to the national championship game and got beat all over again by the Miami Hurricanes. So, yeah, I mean, Auburn's going to be tough. The Moccasins, the Mocks, UT, Chattanooga, we should beat them pretty easily, you know. And so, yeah, we're looking forward to it, man. And I tell you, going to be a lot of good football coming up, a lot of good rivalry games. I tell you, the game I'm looking forward to is that Ole Miss and Georgia game. Man, Lane, you know, people don't realize that Lane Kiffin and Kirby Smart were both underneath Nick Saban, so they coached against one another. It was Lane Kiffin's offense going against Kirby Smart's defense when they were both at Alabama. So they're very familiar with one another. It's going to be a very interesting game, and I got Ole Miss picked to win, Steve. Who have you got?
Yeah, I hadn't been paying much attention to that. The big one we were talking about last night was the Ohio State-Michigan game, because we're talking about, you know, the whole, the bowl rankings setup, you know, the championship rankings. Yeah, who you liking, Michigan or Ohio? The game is going to be in Michigan this year.
Well, if Michigan doesn't steal any of the signs, which I saw that we just saw that one of their assistants fell on the sword Monday and took one for the team. They should pull it off. But I know you're coming up on a break here soon, Steve. And but I have look, Ohio State. I got Ohio State picked to win that one, and I really believe that Michigan has really dug themselves into a deep hole. They won't get nothing going to them this year, but boy, they're going to lower the gauntlet next year. And I expect Jim Harbaugh to really leave for the NFL. And I expect also Jimbo Fisher will be fired at Texas A&M too. But
really? Okay. Well, let me pause there as we roll toward news break, as you said. Yeah, top of the hour. Meanwhile, hey, it's a Tuesday morning. Hope your week's off to a good start. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Former President Trump's testimony in his New York civil fraud trial is concluded. He took the stand earlier today following the testimony of his two eldest sons last week. Trump engaged in repeated disputes with the presiding judge as prosecutors questioned him about his financial records, saying after the proceedings,
"This is a case that should have never been brought, and it's a case that should be immediately dismissed."
At one juncture, the judge admonished Trump's lawyers to control their client. Maine's two senators are pressing the Army for explanations following a tragic incident in which a reservist took the lives of 18 people last month. Senators Susan Collins and Angus King have written to the U.S. Army Inspector General inquiring about the concerns raised by Army personnel regarding Robert Card's mental well-being and the measures taken in response. Card is Sergeant First Class in the Army Reserves, had a documented history of mental health issues prior to the shooting in Lewiston. The Biden administration is allocating billions of dollars to enhance Amtrak's Northeast Corridor. President Biden revealed spending over $16 billion for these upgrades during a speech in Delaware earlier today.
Over 2,200 trains run in this corridor every single day, serving 800,000 passengers. It's the busiest rail corridor in the United States and one of the busiest in the world.
The initiatives encompass the reconstruction of century-old tunnels and bridges, as well as track enhancements aimed at improving travel efficiency. Senate Republicans led by Lindsey Graham, Tom Cotton, and James Lankford are pushing for immigration reform as part of any foreign aid package for Ukraine. Their proposal includes border wall construction, increased pay for Border Patrol agents, and changes to asylum laws, including raising the standard for credible fear claims. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
General Motors employees will get 25% pay raises if the tentative deal with GM is ratified. United Auto Workers President Shawn Fain says that goes up to 33% when accounting for inflation, and the maximum pay will rise to $42 an hour. Pay will go up by 11% in the first year of the contract. A motorcycle rally in Texas erupted into gunfire over the weekend. Lance Pry has the details.
An investigation is underway after 5 people were injured during a shooting at a motorcycle rally in Galveston, Texas. Police say shots were fired late Saturday night as crowds for the Lone Star Rally gathered in the historic district known as the Strand. The condition of the 5 is unknown at this time. One person of interest has been detained but not yet charged. There's no word on what led up to the shooting or how many people actually pulled out a gun.
Major League Baseball teams are already looking ahead to the next season following the World Series. The league's free agency period opens today. Among the high-profile players hitting the market is two-way superstar Shohei Ohtani. MLB spring training will start on February 22nd. Five Nights at Freddy's remains the top of the box office. A horror film based on a video game took in almost $19.5 million in its second week in theaters. Taylor Swift, The Eras Tour finished second, and the Martin Scorsese-directed Killers of the Flower Moon rounded out the top 3 at theaters nationwide over the weekend. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, thank you much. Welcome back. Another round as we make our way into a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start there. We left off with Brother Rambler, talking some college football, talking some smack. Of course, he's a Roll Tide kind of guy. I don't know. I know you're typically sleeping on our Sunday night, Monday morning, and Big Ed was kind of alluding to Oklahoma's loss to Oklahoma State over the weekend, and he cited the officiating, and he's pretty much determined that they don't want Oklahoma State or Texas to be representing, because it would be kind of like egg on the face for the division, the Big 12, because they're moving next year. You think there might be any truth to that sentiment?
I wouldn't say about officiating. I would say that, money in high places is probably changing hands, and he does have a pretty good point. I really believe that the Big 12 does not want that at all, and I think the Big 12 is wanting to put their money into, say, a Colorado, who's going to be back in the Big 12 next year, and I believe I heard UCLA or maybe even USC might be in the Big 12 next year. I know the Washington Huskies will be in the Big 10 next year, but let's go. It could very well be. Look, I'm an Alabama fan, but I got to admit, during the Alabama LSU game, there was a lot of face masks grabbed by our school that the officials did not call. And hey, Big Ed might have a point. I had to pull over because we got some dry ground a minute ago, and I had to give the ground a little bit of water, if you know what I mean. But I pulled up the stats on Ohio State, Michigan. Steve, these schools are about evenly matched. Each school scores over 20 points a ball game. I'm going to go with Ohio State over Michigan simply because there's a lot of eyes on Jim Harbaugh. I don't think the coordinator that fell on the sword and took the blame for the sign stealing, I don't think it's going to pay off. There's going to be a lot of flack, a whole lot of stuff going on. Ohio State travels well. That team is used to playing in hostile territory.
Mm-hmm.
I know Captain Ron is going to just throw up in his mouth when he's saying that, because he's a diehard Blue fan, even though he lives down there in Florida now. But look, I'm giving the edge to the Ohio State Buckeyes, and I'm sorry, Bulldog fans, Georgia does not need to be number one. We got one poll. I think it's the coaches poll that has them at number one, but I think the AP has them at number two and Ohio State at number one. Now, I'm not a Buckeye fan or a Michigan fan. I'm just giving you what the numbers look like. And, I mean, both schools are about evenly matched, and that's the gospel truth. And it's going to be a good game. And I said this last year, about this time last year, and I'll say it again. With the way the playoffs is, we could possibly see, and if the numbers play out right, we could possibly see a rematch of Ohio State and Michigan playing for a national championship. And that, for me as a Roll Tide fan, that's always been my dream to see Auburn and Alabama play for a national championship. And with the 12-team playoff happening next season, Steve, that could possibly happen. I left off with Jimbo Fisher. Jimbo Fisher has a $19 million buyout on his contract. And I know Wave is a huge fan of Texas A&M. The Phillips family, who I'm good friends with, Brian and Pam Phillips graduated from Texas A&M. They hold teaching degrees with that college, so they're diehard fans. He's a ticket holder. I'm sorry, Jimbo Fisher was great at Florida State, but he ain't done jack diddly squat since he's been at A&M. He's made a whole bunch of promises. He's recruited well. People have ponied up money and bought recruits, but they hadn't panned out, Steve. I mean, he has had a 4-loss season like 2-3 years in a row, and I really believe that this is it for him. They've already, last year they fired coordinators. I don't think it's going to pan out. I think he will be gone. I don't know who they'll get to replace him, and, $19 million. I think I'm going to Florida, and I'm going to live comfortably. And if some team wants me to come in there and coach, I might do it. But, I would take the Ed Orgeron, former LSU, Ole Miss, USC coach. When they fired him and LSU fired him, they said, look, we're going to go a different direction, coach. but we're going to pay you the $17 million. Ed Orgeron laughed and said, okay, which door you want me to get out of and how fast you want me to get out of here? Because I'd be laughing all the way to the bank. That would be like, Hot Shot Secret saying, Steve, we just don't like the job you're doing. We're going to just pay you a couple of million to go on. I don't think you're going to argue too much. I mean, we would miss the show, but you're laughing all the way to the bank, sir.
I get you.
So,
yes, indeed.
That's right. Before I get off here, and by the way the Chargers whooped up on the Jets.
Yeah,
Jets had a
Monday
three-game
night
winning streak. 3-game winning streak came to a screeching halt by the San Diego Chargers, and I tell you, for all you Cowboy fans, I think Dallas should have won that game. Jalen Hurts was playing hurt actually, and dadgummit, that daggum pass from Hurts to Heisman Trophy winner Devontae Smith from Alabama was just beautiful. But that's a huge rivalry also, Dallas and Philadelphia. Steve, it's looking like it's going to be another Philadelphia and Kansas City Super Bowl, because those are two of the best teams I've seen. And I don't know what has happened to the San Francisco 49ers. They have just imploded. They were like the best team in the NFC, and they have completely fallen apart. I don't know what's going on with Brock Purdy. I don't know if they've got injured players, but they have just totally just doo-dooed the bed over there in San Fran. So right now it's shaping up to be another Philadelphia Kansas City Super Bowl. I don't even think, Steve, the Bills are even gonna make it this year. I highly doubt that. Josh Allen, I don't think they're gonna do it. And the performance that the Miami Dolphins had, God, look, I'm a Dolphins fan because we lived in Miami for 4 years. I don't think they're going to make it. They have 1 or 2 more losses. That's it for them. So, yeah, a lot of interesting things could happen in NFL and college football.
No doubt.
But that's right, sir. That's right. But before I get off here, I want to thank everybody who did tune in and watch us at Determined Ministries Church. Thank you for tolerating my singing. I'm not the greatest singer, Steve. And until God gives us a music minister, I guess it'll be me up there singing. I sing one of them old-timey hymns, Life's Mountain Railway, or Life's Railway anyway, and got told we did a pretty good job. And we had a great message. And, Steve, we preached about, we meaning God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Ghost. They use me as their mouthpiece to get the word out. I will never give credit to myself because, I'm just an ordinary person that God's chosen to preach this gospel. But we talked about the woman with the issue of blood, and look at the word issue. There's a lot of people that have issues. It may be finances. It may be mechanical with your truck. It may be an addiction issue. If you had the faith that woman had, now you've got to figure, this poor woman had a cycle for 12 years. God bless her heart. And I'm not trying to get descriptive, but let's just say, Steve, you're a married man. I'm a married man. All married men have had to go to the store, and we've had to go down that hygiene aisle to get specific things for our wives.
Yes, sir.
We've all done it. And you have a daughter, so you probably have had to do it for her and your wife. Well, think about this. 2,000 years ago, there was no products like that. This poor woman had to, mask that, should I say, with whatever kind of rags she could find, and had to keep them washed. And it was a horrible experience for 12 years. And listen, the Word of God says she spent every dime she had, and it only got worse. You can try to fix the problem yourself and throw all the money on God's blue and green earth to fix it. But you're going to fail. This woman, when she heard about a man named Jesus, she said, you know what? I ain't got to touch. I can just touch his clothes. I know I'll be healed. And you know what? If you could just have that kind of faith and believe, you know what? If I could just come to Jesus and tell him all about my troubles, I know that he'll meet my need. And I tell you from personal experience, he will definitely do it. He will definitely do it. And Steve, I know from you got personal experiences whenever you got canned, funny enough, out of San Antonio, Jesus Christ met your need, lining you up with Chris Kabelchik and got you this wonderful job. And oddly enough, you're back on the air in San Antonio. Praise God. What a mighty God we serve. Thank you for letting me ramble on. That's what they call me, Brother Rambler. Steve, God bless you. And everyone out there, remember this. Love is just not another four-letter word. It is not another four-letter word. Remember that, God's children. It's just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, oh, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And, Steve, I'll call in another time. God bless you. Thank you for putting up with me.
I had one final thing I wanted to share with you. Oddly enough, you brought I pulled up my Facebook page a little bit earlier, and I did not realize yesterday was an actual anniversary. The post I had made 3 years ago yesterday said, I will land on my feet.
And listen at you. Praise God. Look at you. 3 years ago, yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, because the election in 2020 was November the 3rd. That was a Tuesday. Friday, it was 3 days.
Right.
3 days later, Friday morning at 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm looking forward to I get a phone call telling me, hey, after 23 years, you're done. You can't come back in the building. I mean, 23 years, not even a chance to go in and say farewell or nice working with you and all that. 23 years in the building, and you're out the door, nothing.
You know, that was such a slap to the face. And, you know, I know we got a lot of folks listening, but I'm talking to you as if we're just sitting in a room talking. So I'm going to talk to you as if you and me are just talking personal here. I would have felt so dejected. I would have felt hurt. And I would have felt, my God, you know, I gave you 23 years. And Steve, you probably have had to miss birthdays. You probably have had to miss anniversaries. You probably have had to put certain things on the back burner and give everything you had. And that's not to mention the BS you had to deal with Lumpy and everything else you had to deal with after Bozo died and during when Bozo was alive, all that fiasco. All that flushed right down the toilet. So I would have felt dejected. I would have been depressed. But you know what, Steve? I believe I'm speaking for you. I believe when you got by yourself, maybe some tears were shed. I know I would have cried. Look, God, I'm a man. I will tell you, I would have cried over it. But I would have kept my faith. And like you said, I believe on that long car ride home, or whenever you woke up to come to work and you got that news, I'm sure you got by yourself and you just like, you know, God, this is not going to determine my future. And I believe in my heart, Steve, and I'm speaking for you, and you can speak for yourself if you want. I believe that you hit your knees. If I had to guess, you hit your knees and said, Lord, you see, I've got a family. I've got grandchildren. I need to work. Make a way. And I look, and I believe my Lord Jesus Christ and your Lord Jesus Christ made a way for you. And I just think it's comical that the same person, I don't know who it was, that wanted to call and raise 7 kinds of hell, about you and the election and this, that, and the other, and got you thrown off the radio in San Antonio, then got you canned from some 700 WLW, is probably eating crow right now, knowing that Steve Summers is back on the air, and he ain't going nowhere, not no time soon. And not only that, Steve, you got put on a flamethrower, I believe, last night at a station in Joliet, Illinois, a suburb of Chicago, where we probably have at least 500,000 people listening at once. Because that's a city of about 3 million right there, if not 4 million. And you take 1% of that, that's about 500,000 people that is possibly listening to our conversation right now. To see 23 years, yeah, all the BS you had to deal with, the lawsuits with Bozo, all that stuff, yeah, it was hard. But see how God, it's kind of like, Steve, I saw a meme where this little girl, Jesus had her a little teddy bear. He was taking it from her. She really wanted it. But behind his back, he had this big, huge bear. See, you had something taken from you were passionate about. But behind Jesus' back, he has something much, much bigger and much, much grandiose. And I'm telling you, man, I believe this show is going to take off and do bigger and better things. And I'm going to be sad when the day comes when I call up and I have to hear a busy signal constantly and I have to do what we had to do back in the old Bozo days and hang up call till I finally ring and then get put on hold for 2 hours so I can finally call. But you know what? But it's all worth it, brother. And I tell you, I know I kind of told some personal things. I don't want to get personal, but I told you I was talking to you as if we were the best of friends,
right,
and I feel like we are. And one of these days we're going to meet and have dinner and everything. And you know, God took that negative and turned it into a huge positive, and it's upwards and onwards from here. And I tell you what, Steve, you know, you allow me to come on here to talk about our church. I don't never say it's my church, it's our church. Because when you start saying me, and I, that's pride. You never put pride before God. And I can't thank you enough because we got some great people that tune in and watch us, and great people that tune in and listen to you. And praise God, man. I'm going to give you just one big hand clap of praise. I'm proud of you. We're all loving you. We're proud of you. Now, if we could just get the Carolina Monkey Gouger to call in and get out of that deer blind or the tree stand or whatever, that would be an awesome sight because I saw his Clemson Tigers beat the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. So,
yeah.
But God, children, we love you. Like I said, I emphasized it 3 different times. Let me say this one more time. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, guess what? Steve Summers loves you. Carolina Monkey Gouger loves you. Gilligan loves you. Big Ron loves you. Captain Ron loves you. And old brother Rambler loves you. God bless you. Oh, and Buckwheat Del Note loves you too. We love you, Steve. God bless you. Bye, everybody.
All right, Rambler. Thank you much. Yeah, and he mentioned, just oddly enough, the whole occurrence, and I had totally forgot. Just when I pulled up, and you know how Facebook does them. We thought we'd share a memory with you, and it was just a simple post that said, "I will land on my feet." And that was posted on November the 6th of 2020. Yep. Now, I had not caught the story. He was mentioning the whole controversy about Michigan and the sign stealing. That's kind of I'm looking at the Associated Press update. So it's, as Rambler mentioned, somebody trying to fall on the sword. Somebody, I'll take the fall. Like it wasn't you. It wasn't Harbaugh. It wasn't Michigan. The AP report says a former employee at a Big Ten football program saying this past day it was his job to steal signs, and he was given details from multiple conference schools before his team played Michigan to compile a spreadsheet of play calling signals used by the Wolverines last year. Spoke with the Associated Press on condition of anonymity, fearing the disclosures could impact his coaching career. So who is it? The employee said he shared with Michigan the documents which showed the Wolverines' signs and corresponding plays after his school faced the Jim Harbaugh-led program last year. The person also passed along screenshots of text message exchanges with staffers from a handful of Big Ten football teams with Michigan, giving the program proof that other conference teams were colluding to steal signs from the Wolverines. Now, he said he gave the additional details to Michigan last week because he hoped it would help Harbaugh's embattled program, adding he believes the head coach and his assistants were being unfairly blamed for the actions of a rogue staffer. The alleged actions by Michigan's opponents potentially violate the Big Ten sportsmanship policy, which is being used as the basis of the conference's case against Michigan. Now, the school and the Big Ten confirmed Monday that Michigan had received notification of potential disciplinary action from the conference. Anyway, number 2, Michigan is already the subject of an NCAA investigation into an alleged impermissible in-person scouting and sign-stealing scheme. A former low-level staffer, Connor Stallions, allegedly attended and also sent people to opponents' games to record video that was used to decode their in-game signals. So that's the whole scandal that Rambler was talking about, that he feels, anyway, he feels this is going to be looming over Michigan. All right. So you're up to speed. It is 844-844-3388. Roll it into a Tuesday. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Former President Trump's testimony in his New York civil fraud trial has concluded. He took the stand earlier today. Trump engaged in repeated disputes with the presiding judge as prosecutors questioned him about his financial records, saying after the proceedings,
"This is a case that should have never been brought, and it's a case that should be immediately dismissed."
Maine's 2 senators are pressing the Army for explanations following a tragic incident in which a reservist took the lives of 18 people last month. Regarding Robert Card's mental well-being, Card is Sergeant First Class in the Army Reserves, had a documented history of mental health issues prior to the shooting in Lewiston. Prosecutors have until next month to hand over DNA evidence to the judge in the Idaho student murder case. Brian Koberger is accused of the fatal stabbings of 4 University of Idaho students last November. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy.
For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Oddly enough, just last week, Eagle had chimed in asking about turkey prices. Thanksgiving just around the corner. Yeah, did a little digging and come to the realization that turkey prices are actually going to be down pretty significantly this year, like 50 cents a pound less. Last year, if memory serves, it was average price per pound was at $1.70 something. Anticipation, it'll be down to like $1.25, $1.27 this year. Reason prices were so high last year was the literally millions of birds, turkeys, and poultry that had to be culled due to the bird flu. Same time, we have been seeing some new cases of the bird flu cropping up in recent weeks. They're telling us not going to be enough to impact like this Thanksgiving. Could have impacts if this continues to spread. I mentioned that because Iowa has enacted their second disaster proclamation since October 23rd after additional cases of bird flu have been confirmed by the Department of Agriculture. The most recent proclamation took effect this past Friday for Clay and Hamilton counties in Iowa. Bird flu cases confirmed in those counties at 3 game farms and in a commercial breeding chicken flock. According to the news release from the governor, the spread of the highly contagious disease continues to threaten public peace, health, and safety, according to the proclamation. As with the previous order, some regulatory relief from the commercial vehicles' hours of service, those responding to the affected areas, are being temporarily suspended. Vehicles can move overweight loads up to 90,000 pounds on non-interstate highways without a permit if we're responding to the disaster. In addition, the order allows motor carriers and drivers extended hours of service. This latest declaration for Clay County expires on December the 2nd. Hamilton County's emergency remains in effect until December the 3rd. But yes, trying to get a handle on things before it spreads rampant like it did in 2022, where ultimately 19 plus million turkeys, poultry had to be culled in that outbreak. Scarecrow, what's happening here on a Tuesday?
Well, what's happening, Steve, is it was just very recently I, too, was thinking about your anniversary date coming up there. And in the back of my mind, I was figuring it was 2 years. You know, it goes to show you how fast time is flying by, and we lose track of everything.
Yes.
But, yes, it's going well, man. It's going well. Brother Rambler there, you don't give yourself enough credit, man. I'm sure that singing voice probably draws tears to the eyes of angels, in a good way, that is.
Uh-huh. Better clarify that.
Well, yeah, I didn't want it to be misconstrued there. And just be glad that Steve didn't recognize you as being Sheryl Crow, or you'd have felt obligated to belt out one of her hits there too. But I still have that guilt hanging over me here. We'll see how that plays out eventually there, Steve. Pappy, that stay bill that you opened up, don't forget to write the date that you took the seal off of that. I've made that mistake in the past, and this is probably a word of advice. Don't be afraid to buy the smaller containers, even though it's going to cost you more. You know, you look at the big containers and think, why, we can save a lot of money there. Well, unless you know for certain you're going to use that within the 2-year period of its useful life, it's probably going to actually cost you more in the end. I mean, I've had 2 or 3 of those, maybe about a quart-sized bottle, Steve, or so. And it's up front, it's quite a bit better deal than the small ones. But here we go again about you lose track of time, sitting on the shelf in the shop there, and I'm thinking, when did I open that? I look at the expiration date, and I didn't write it down when I opened it up, and so eventually I'll end up with a couple 3 containers of stable sitting on the shelf open, and in question is and remember we talked about this last night there, Pappy, the memory fart thing. That comes into play more frequently than just on the airwaves there. So and that goes for everybody. Write the date down that you open that package up there. Steve, right before Pappy came on, you'd mentioned something about, I think, auctions, Kenworth auction or something to that effect, which did remind me, it was a little over a year ago, if you remember, I brought up about this Elmer Duhlman auto and toy museum auction that took place. And it was a year ago they did the automobile end of it. Well, last weekend was the first of the toy auctions that they're going to have. And I don't remember the name of the auction service, but they're stretching it out over a 3-year period. I'm guessing probably so as not to flood the market with a given item or given items, and in the same token, as auctions go, participants run short on money eventually. They've made their major purchase, and this will probably keep the price up on remaining items. But one thing that I was really curious about, we toured the museum just a couple of weeks before the car auction took place, and there was Well, there are lots of Tonka toys, but there was a set of, it was 4 or 5 pieces, a couple of dump trucks and a low boy with a crane of some type. I think it was called highway construction set or road construction set. And that was cool. I'd never seen one. It was on display in the original box. And so either way, I did a search. I think it was Sunday. And I found the registered with that auction company so I could find the selling prices. Steve, that set, no, it was listed as never ever even been out of the box. It still had the cardboard partitions in it, and $16,500 for the same kind of toys that we used to ram around with and rip and tear and drag through the gravel and sand and it kind of hurts to think about how we abused the toys when we were younger, but I guess that's kind of what toys are meant for, But yeah, so that's the only thing I did pay attention to. But yeah, it looks like a lot of pricing and whatnot is going. It was the same way with the automobiles and such. They went far higher than expected. And speculation is, it's kind of a piece of memorabilia, remembrance, of Elmer Duhlman and such, and buyers are buying a little piece of history, there too. But anyway, on kind of the serious side here now, that we've heard during the news breaks and such, that story about that school teacher down there who was shot, by that 6-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I read the same story over the weekend, and yeah, the school district or such, they basically feel that a shooting is kind of an on-the-job hazard today. They're so frequently taking place within the school that they're looking at it as a occupational hazard, and such that it's a workman's comp type thing. There's no, but it's great that the judge has opened it up to she can file her lawsuit,
right,
and hold their feet to the fire. I've lost track of the story somewhat, but wasn't the school made aware of this child having issues and such leading up to this?
Yes, and if memory serves, they supposedly had checked his backpack and didn't find it. He had it hidden somewhere. It's a workman's comp thing. Yeah, it's going to happen. We're all, stand a chance of having this happen to us, I guess. But let's see, what else was there in the news? Well, something else I did read too. We don't hear anything about this, but one of our callers last week I think touched on this. Might have been Vic, about China's interest in what's going on over in Israel and and what's taking place. That they are sitting there with big grins on their face and doing what they can, kind of subliminally, so to speak, to encourage the turmoil and what's going on over there, and that is totally distracting from anything that's taking place with China right now and around China. We've talked about this in the past, that distractions, that's their greatest ally, and things kind of get lost in the translation. That's not the phrase I'm looking for, but we lose sight of what is going on over there. That it sounds like they have possibly been supporting Iran for quite some time, both technology, particular with their nuclear arms and such.
we're under the assumption, that would be technology from, Russia, Soviet Union and such, but it's kind of what I got out of it. China, they have their feet in the water too.
Absolutely. They're loving it.
So, well, look at the clock. It's just like clockwork, Steve. We got to do our thing. So we got a little more of a casual type thing for that last hour. So we'll hang in there and do it again after a while.
Hey, thank you much, Scarecrow. Have a great morning. Other industry headlines. Yeah, it seems like every week here in recent weeks we've had another broker out there kind of going under, to which I know some are actually kind of celebrating the fact because of the unscrupulous brokers out there. I'm not sure if this particular group fits into that category, but this is out of Pittsburgh. The report from FreightWaves, approximately 65 employees for Pittsburgh-based Elite Transit Solutions were laid off via Microsoft Teams on Friday. This is the second round of job cuts the freight brokerage has experienced over the past month. About 20 employees were actually let go on October 20th due to what they call the current economic situation. One former employee who was fired on Friday's call told FreightWaves that Elite Transit Solutions CEO did not allow workers to submit questions using the chat function and muted their microphones so they weren't able to ask questions. After the call ended, their computer access was cut off. We all had questions about when we would get paid for working those last 2 weeks and if we would get paid for our vacation time we'd accrued. We were told to email human resources if we had any questions, but our vice president of human resources left a day before we found out our jobs were being eliminated. So who's left to respond to our emails? Melissa Bushi, a former vice president of people and culture at Elite Transit Solutions, confirmed the layoffs via LinkedIn on Friday, stating she was sorry she didn't have an opportunity to say goodbye. Now, at its peak, the company had about 140 workers. Another source familiar with the layoffs said it's now down to about 10 people. Headquartered in Pittsburgh, Elite Transit also has offices in North Carolina, Chicago, and Arizona. The company has not announced that they're ceasing operations and that they're in talks with another freight brokerage about a possible merger, according to multiple sources. A source said at this point, we're not sure what's true and what's not. But the writing has been on the walls for months that Elite has not been doing well and was struggling to secure financing and pay carriers. While Johnson, who founded the logistics company in 2013, initially agreed to speak with FreightWaves about the ongoing financial situation, he later declined to comment. One former employee said he became aware of their shaky financial situation soon after he was hired. He said nearly 80% of the inbound calls were from trucking companies that hadn't been paid for loads they hauled since May or June. They were instructed to transfer the calls to the billing department, which went to voicemail, but he claimed that no one answered the phones. We were cut off by almost every factoring company you can think of, he said. It got so bad that the factoring companies were taking money back from the carriers because the contract was between the factoring company and the carrier, not with Elite. We heard from carriers that were forced to close their trucking companies, including one that had to sell his business and his home because we hadn't paid him. We received an email from the wife of a carrier owner whose husband attempted suicide and blamed Elite for not paying him. Carriers have been posting warnings about payment issues with Elite Transit Solutions since back in May. Elite Transit Solutions also urged independent trucking companies to use their preferred factoring partner, which was Connect Capital LLC, headquartered in Miami, writing on their website that in most cases, elite drivers get paid in less than 24 hours. Struggles of the trucking industry in this day and age, and it continues.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
What do you say? Get back to the calls here, and Gilligan starts his week out. Morning, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve. Have you checked out the top 25 coaches poll? Them JMU Dukes are number 21. 9-0, baby. Hey, they beat Georgia Saturday night. Well, Georgia State at least. You know?
A little difference there. Just a tad different.
Yeah. When a small school like JMU can blow them out 42-14 by 28 points, 4 touchdowns, they can't be that good. Now, I heard Rambler there a little while ago. I think he's been back to smoking that devil's lettuce or something. Did I hear him right? And it seems like I have heard this, that either USC or UCLA is thinking on joining the Big 12. Is that true, or do you know on that?
I don't know the answer to the question, but he mentioned some teams that were looking at changing, yes.
Well, I want you to think about this. A few years ago, West Virginia University, which is my favorite college football team, has been for many years. A friend of mine started for him 4 years, believe it or not. Even his freshman year, he started linebacker by the name of Derek Christian. He was actually a pretty big star. The only thing, he's one of those classic stories, though. His knees kept him out of the pros. Blowing out knees is what done him. He was there when Hostetler was there. And he was with them when they won, I think it was the Hall of Fame Bowl, I think 83 or something like that. Hostetler was there. And that was Hostetler's big day of glory in college. And, of course, he took the Giants to the Super Bowl, I think it was 1990 against the Bills. The year Phil Simms got hurt, he was back up to Phil Simms for several years. Now, West Virginia entered the Big 12, I think 3 or 4 years ago. I can't remember which year it was. Think about this. This is how screwy the college football conferences get. If USC or UCLA, one of those two schools that joins the Big 12, you got everything from West Virginia, which is almost on the East Coast, all the way to the West Coast. I don't know. I thought if you was going to be in a conference, the team should be closer together. I mean, we've already playing teams Oklahoma and Texas and such, Texas A&M, Oklahoma State and such. Louisville, I think, is still in the Big 12. You know, it's crazy how this conference is getting stretched out so far. Now, West Virginia, when they went to the Big 12, they went from being a big fish in a little pond with the Big East. Now, there was a time they dominated the Big East. I mean, we had Penn State, we had Virginia Tech at a different time. You know, there were some pretty strong teams in the Big East, but, you know, West Virginia played hard. They went to the Big 12. Now they're a little fish in a big pond.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think they've had a winning season, or barely a winning season. They're 5-3 this year. They might end up with a winning season this year, but that's West Virginia, I think, bit off more than they chew. And I've been a lifelong Mountaineer fan, but that's my take on things. I know it's a little bit of rambling. I guess I've been hanging around rambling too long.
Right? He's rubbing off on you.
Well, yeah. Well, Steve, I'm been a little under the weather. I didn't work Wednesday or Thursday night. And I'm a big sexy totally. You need a Friday night/Saturday morning show. Because I did work Friday night, and I couldn't tell you that I was feeling better. Now, here's another reason why
you should have called Knucklebuster, because he was lonely out there, too. But I've got to get my news break.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At -10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to -65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Former President Trump's testimony in his New York civil fraud trial has concluded. He took the stand earlier today following the testimony of his two eldest sons last week. Trump engaged in repeated disputes with the presiding judge as prosecutors questioned him about his financial records, saying after the proceedings,
"This is a case that should have never been brought, and it's a case that should be immediately dismissed."
At one juncture, the judge admonished Trump's lawyers to control their client. Maine's two senators are pressing the Army for explanations following a tragic incident in which a reservist took the lives of 18 people last month. Senators Susan Collins and Angus King have written to the U.S. Army Inspector General inquiring about the concerns raised by Army personnel regarding Robert Card's mental well-being and the measures taken in response. Card is Sergeant First Class in the Army Reserves, had a documented history of mental health issues prior to the shooting in Lewiston. The Biden administration is allocating billions of dollars to enhance Amtrak's Northeast Corridor. President Biden revealed spending over $16 billion for these upgrades during a speech in Delaware earlier today.
Over 2,200 trains run in this corridor every single day, serving 800,000 passengers. It's the busiest rail corridor in the United States and one of the busiest in the world.
The initiatives encompass the reconstruction of century-old tunnels and bridges, as well as track enhancements aimed at improving travel efficiency. Senate Republicans led by Lindsey Graham, Tom Cotton, and James Lankford are pushing for immigration reform as part of any foreign aid package for Ukraine. Their proposal includes border wall construction, increased pay for Border Patrol agents, and changes to asylum laws, including raising the standard for credible fear claims. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
General Motors employees will get 25% pay raises if the tentative deal with GM is ratified. United Auto Workers President Shawn Fain says that goes up to 33% when accounting for inflation, and the maximum pay will rise to $42 an hour. Pay will go up by 11% in the first year of the contract. A motorcycle rally in Texas erupted into gunfire over the weekend. Lance Pry has the details.
An investigation is underway after 5 people were injured during a shooting at a motorcycle rally in Galveston, Texas. Police say shots were fired late Saturday night as crowds for the Lone Star Rally gathered in the historic district known as the Strand. The condition of the 5 is unknown at this time. One person of interest has been detained but not yet charged. There's no word on what led up to the shooting or how many people actually pulled out a gun.
Major League Baseball teams are already looking ahead to the next season following the World Series. The league's free agency period opens today. Among the high-profile players hitting the market is two-way superstar Shohei Ohtani. MLB spring training will start on February 22nd. Five Nights at Freddy's remains the top of the box office. The horror film based on a video game took in almost $19.5 million in its second week in theaters. Taylor Swift The Eras Tour finished second, and the Martin Scorsese-directed Killers of the Flower Moon rounded out the top 3 at theaters nationwide over the weekend. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles.
It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Okay, welcome back. Welcome aboard for those maybe just joining us this hour. 7th day of November, yes, where voters across the country will be heading to the polls to weigh in on a slew of statewide and local races, which could provide some clues about the national mood ahead of 2024. In Kentucky and Mississippi, voters will weigh whether to give Governors Andy Beshear and Tate Reeves a second term, respectively. Voters in several states, including Virginia and New Jersey, will be determining partisan control of their state legislatures. Meanwhile, in Ohio, Democrats and abortion rights advocates are looking to enshrine abortion protections into the state constitution, which would be the first attempt of its kind in this state, which has trended increasingly red over the years. Races could offer clues about how the electorate's feeling on key issues, abortion, crime, and education, and what the national mood is with both parties. We had broke some of it down last evening, but again, for those maybe just starting their week, in the state of Virginia, all 140 seats in the Virginia General Assembly are up for re-election. 100 seats in the House of Delegates, 40 Senate seats. See how that turns out. Voters in the Bluegrass weighing in whether to give Beshear another term as governor or to pick Republican Attorney General Daniel Cameron. Now, we're talking a state that former President Trump won by more than 25 points in 2020. Beshear, whose father also served as governor, just narrowly won his first term in 2019 against Governor Matt Bevin, who was seen as unpopular but dethroning the Kentucky Democrat, Beshear is no easy feat, even in Trump country. Because apparently Beshear still has a rather strong approval rating in the state. Morning Consult poll released this week found Beshear with a 60% approval rating, 89% of Democrats, 58% of independents, and 43% of Republicans. Recent polling, including polling internally and from a super PAC supporting Cameron, also showing Beshear ahead. Now, there was an Emerson College poll released last Friday that had showed them pretty much in a dead heat at 47% each, 4% undecided, 2% saying somebody else. So that, for all practical purposes, looks to be a very, very tight race in the state of Kentucky. Now, one of the most closely watched races Tuesday will be in Ohio, where voters are considering a proposed constitutional amendment that would establish abortion protections in the Buckeye State. Of course, the state became a flashpoint after the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade last year. Now, they continue to share this story. This is actually from The Hill in D.C., which highlights the 10-year-old rape victim that traveled to Indiana to receive an abortion because she was not able to legally obtain the procedure in Ohio. That is a falsity. There is still litigation going in regard to that case, but that is misleading misinformation for people out there. In the state of Ohio, abortion is currently legal until 22 weeks. Now, the Supreme Court in the state, which has a conservative majority, is weighing a potential 6-week abortion ban. That did briefly go into effect after the U.S. Supreme Court's decision last year before it was paused. That is, I believe, what they're referring to as the heartbeat bill. It's about 6 weeks when a heartbeat can be detected So that's up in the air. No guarantees that they would ultimately find. Essentially, if the bill to change the state constitution fails, the current, which is legal until 22 weeks, would stand, and then we'd have to kind of wait and see how things fall out in the state of Ohio with the heartbeat, the 6-week abortion ban. So that's a pretty big measure. Now, the recreational use of marijuana could also be legalized in Ohio. Voters will weigh in on a separate ballot measure that would make it legal to possess certain quantities of cannabis for those over 21 years old. Pennsylvanians will be weighing in on an open seat on the state's high court today between the Democrat Daniel McCafferty and Republican Carolyn Carluccio, vying to fill an open seat following the death of Chief Justice Max Baer last year. Baer's presence on the Pennsylvania Supreme Court actually gave Democrats a 5-2 majority. The vacancy right now leaves Democrats with a 4-2 edge. So some of the bigger issues that'll be weighed in on around the country here this Tuesday, November the 7th. Who we got on board? Is it General?
The Great Patriot. How are you doing, Steve? Good morning.
Good morning, the Great Patriot. What's happening out there?
Well, I'm calling about the dumbass of the week. So, yesterday, I'm in West Memphis, Arkansas. Day before yesterday. Making a turn into the driveway, right? So this driver that drives for Ace out of Florida, black guy, he's coming out the driveway the wrong way. So, I can't get in the driveway. So I politely asked him to get out the truck. Back the truck up. He proceeded to cuss me out, said he about to slam me, putting his big dogs on me. So I called West Memphis, Arkansas. Well, Steve, let's just say, those terms that you always hear about police and how you act with police and all that, that wasn't washing with them. So this idiot gets his cell phone out, goes Facebook Live. Now, this police officer, I'm sitting there watching them. They got patience. They asked him twice to back the truck up. They weren't going to back it up. So in the meantime, they said, well, do you want to go to jail? They want to tow your truck. What do you want to do? Well, let's just leave to say, Steve, that he got his truck towed, $2,000, got the dog impounded, and 3 charges, one for domestic terrorist threat that he was threatened to use on me. What do you think about that, Steve?
Well, I don't know. I'm not familiar with the case, so I have I can't really chime in.
It happened. Well, it happened the other day. But, Steve, I was just calling to tell you happy anniversary. And I know that on the anniversary week that you got going on, that you needed to hear my voice to make your night and your morning great. And I want to tell you, congratulations, Steve, for a job well done. We may not agree on everything, but we may have disagreed on more things. And I want to take the disagreement part, because that's the part I like. But anyway, Steve, congratulations on your 3 years of achievement to get back on your feet. And may God continue to bless your show, and I'll continue to listen. And every now and then, Steve, I'm going to call in and get your blood pressure rolling, okay?
And thank you for all you did to get my show removed from the airwaves.
No, I didn't do that. I wouldn't do that, Steve. I didn't. Only thing I didn't do that. I wouldn't do that to you. Me and you might not get along majority of the time, but I wouldn't do nothing like that.
No.
I wasn't part of that group. That's a whole elite, different type of group, and I don't fit in that group. I'm right there with Pappy,
Oh, undoubtedly, yes, Mr. Conservative yourself. The Great Patriot, a.k.a. the Minister. It is 15 past the hour. News you need. The Internal Revenue Service issuing an alert to taxpayers, encouraging us, that's all of us, to adjust our 2024 withholdings so as to either avoid effectively giving the government an interest-free loan of our money or face the prospect of penalties and interest if too little tax is withheld. This is something everybody deals with annually anyway. But the IRS, in their statement Friday, that with the end of the year fast approaching, we all should review our tax withholding as soon as possible to avoid a potential surprise when we file our tax returns in 24. Although it's best for taxpayers to verify withholding early in the year, an adjustment made in the final weeks of 23 could maybe help avoid an unexpected result, like, well, a big refund or a balance due when filing taxes next year. Having too much tax withheld and then waiting for the refund at tax time, that we know that's essentially giving the government an interest-free loan. The IRS estimates that roughly 70% of taxpayers withhold too much every year, resulting in a refund at tax time. My philosophy is, well, I'd rather them get their at least a small interest-free loan. I think the withholdings, I've done pretty good, only getting a couple $100 back in recent years. But that's a lot better than getting a bill for $2,000, $3,000, $5,000, which happens to some. If you don't have enough taxes withheld, then you may get your big balance due when you file your taxes. And, of course, owing a balance at tax time obviously can be a big-time financial burden, especially if the taxpayer is struggling to make ends meet to begin with. Of course, then there's also penalties and interest that may apply if a taxpayer owes a balance. The IRS charges interest on any unpaid taxes starting from the original due date of the return. Penalties may also be assessed if the taxpayer fails to file the return on time or if they owe taxes and fail to pay by the deadline. Owing a balance can also have negative effects on credit scores. It is considered a debt that is unpaid. This can also lead to wage garnishment, liens on property, even imprisonment if the taxpayer fails to pay their taxes for a long enough time. There is an online tool, the Tax Withholding Estimator, that wage-earning taxpayers can use to determine if you have too much or too little withheld. This estimator lets you figure out if you're going to receive a refund or if you need to make a payment to the IRS in order to avoid owing taxes and potentially incurring penalties the following year. Now, of course, there's the quarterly estimated tax payments. Many independent of the owner-operators out there, the way taxes are paid in the U.S. is a pay-as-you-go basis. Taxes are paid on income earned throughout the year, typically through withholdings from our paychecks or your pension payments or your SS benefits, certain other government payments. For people who earn income that's not subject to withholding, income from self-employment, unemployment, annuities, digital assets, you may consider making quarterly estimated payments. That's to ensure you're paying enough taxes throughout the year and avoid that big lump sum balance due when you do file your taxes. So it's a good time to review things, according to the IRS. We return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, trying to pull up the rest of the story. Brother Rambler just forwarded to me there. I guess this is to help answer Gilligan's question there, because it's, for me, all but impossible to keep up who's going where, moving from what division to the next. You know, Big 10, Southeast, Big 12. Going back to the question, USC and UCLA. This was an ESPN story from actually 2022, which reads, USC and UCLA, two of the Pac-12's flagship programs, notified that their application to join the Big Ten was accepted. The schools will begin play in the conference in 2024. Big Ten said in a statement the vote was unanimous when conference presidents and chancellors met on the addition of the two schools. This signifies the deep respect and welcoming culture our entire conference has for the University of Southern California and the University of California, Los Angeles. That was a statement from the Big Ten commissioner. Let's see. UCLA's athletic director said at the time, speaking to ESPN, college athletics is changing. And UCLA has always led in times of change. For the sake of our student athletes and preserving the legacy of Bruin excellence, we cannot afford to stand still. USC's athletic director called the Big Ten the best home for USC and Trojan athletics as we move into the new world of collegiate sports. So I guess that answers your question, right? Thank you so much, Brother Rambler. Appreciate that. Philip checking in on a Tuesday. Off to work we go. Hey there, Philip.
Hey, buddy. How you doing today?
Doing well. Good to hear from the minister.
Hey, oh, man. You won't go there, bud. I don't want to stir the pot. I really don't. So... The other day you were talking about the Vulcan rocket that ULA is building, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
I found out yesterday that they're going to start the certification process where they're going to actually launch it Christmas Eve. That'll be the first certification flight for the Vulcan rocket to get it certified so they can get those launches carried on with it. They can go do pretty much the same thing as what SpaceX is doing right now. So it's pretty close. It's not completely there, but it's getting there. And as far as the Starship goes, we are probably looking within another few days. You know, they're talking mid-November possibly. So, you know, just have to sit back and wait when they get the certification. But it's close. It's very close. It's going to be going up pretty soon. So, Steve, do you know what the U.S. ready vessel fleet is?
I am not familiar. No, sir.
Okay, so there was a story that was brought out recently. It was a protest out in California where some pro-Palestinian folks had a protest, and they hopped the fence at a port. They hopped onto a ship and tried to stop that ship from going and getting freight. And what it essentially was they thought that ship was going to go to Israel and carry munitions for the United States government. Now, the ship was part of the U.S. Ready fleet. And what that is we have a fleet of ships. A lot of people don't know this. I didn't even know it until I read the story and I did some research on it. We have a fleet of ships that are with the Department of Transportation and the Department of Defense that in wartime circumstances and emergency situations, and situations where we can't get ships from other companies to carry our freight, we have these ships on standby where we can take them and go take freight to where we need it in the world. They're regular cargo ships. This ship was a roll-on ship, which means you can put a plank down, you roll on the equipment, you can take trucks on it, you can take a train on it, you can do anything you want on it and just get it going. But this fleet is funded by us and it's on standby. Well, this ship was supposed to go from Oakland, California, where it's based at, up to Tacoma, Washington, and load and go overseas. And these individuals tried to do this, and it's like they didn't even realize the ship wasn't even going to Israel. The way this place is set up, the Ready Fleet is, a third of the fleet is on the East Coast, a third of the fleet is on the Gulf Coast, and a third of the fleet is over on the West Coast. Well, you're going to go from the West Coast of the United States over to Israel. That's a very long voyage, and it would take you forever to get there. So they didn't do their planning correctly in their demonstration, and they didn't accomplish anything. They almost got their people killed in a way because they had moored lines that were down off of the ship, and they were getting ready to launch it. They had just put the pilot onto the ship, and if y'all don't know what the pilot is the guy that takes the ship out of the port and helps the ship guide out of the port. He knows the port. Every ship has one when they go out. They use a pilot along with whatever they need to move it out of the port, and then the pilot comes back on another boat. But they had essentially, it's like a rope ladder that hanging off the ship that this pilot goes up. And these people almost got thrown off into the water between the ship and the moor. I mean, it was massive, that mess. And it just goes to show you that people, before you go out and jump out and assume everything and hop a fence and try to get onto a ship that's actually, going onto a port. Now, Steve, can you imagine what the circumstances would be?
Right. We had a similar incident that took place over the weekend, which I've got to pause there. We'll give you the rest of the story coming up.
USA News Update. The White House anticipates an increase in humanitarian aid reaching Gaza in the coming days. Today, Secretary of State Antony Blinken held discussions with his Turkish counterpart in Ankara to explore avenues for extending assistance to the Gaza Strip. Blinken is aimed at alleviating tensions stemming from the conflict. Recent attacks in Iraq and Syria may have injured more U.S. service members than we've been told.
As many as 45 U.S. service members may have been injured in those attacks. According to NBC News, this number is more than double what the Pentagon had disclosed. It's believed that the drone and rocket attacks were carried out by groups with ties to Iran.
Today, former President Trump giving testimony in the civil fraud trial in New York upon his arrival at the courtroom.
While Israel is being attacked, I'm down here. Political opponent attack ads by the Biden administration.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Okay, I'm talking funny because I'm in the witness protection program. I have too much credit card debt and I don't want people to find me.
Okay, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about credit card debt. Right, those plastic things that we all have in our wallet. Are you in your 50s or 60s and you're still carrying around a mound of credit card debt? Wouldn't it be nice to start banking that money and save a little money for retirement down the road? We help people restructure their credit card debt all the time. We show people how they can get out of credit credit card debt in months, not years. Listen, you'll be carrying around credit card debt for the rest of your life unless you deal with it right now. We offer a free consultation so you can learn how you can finally wipe out your credit card debt and start saving money. Give us a free call right now.
Call Debt Solutions Network now. 866-451-3328. 866-451-3328. That's 866-451-3328.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So going back where we left off with Philip there, I had actually received an email from No Handle Dave. Sorry, I missed you over the weekend. Man, if we would have known, we'd have tried to shoot out there. I think we actually went to Roosters that night. Probably got there shortly after you guys had just left. But Steve, these people live amongst us in every state, he says. It was just a week or so ago, there was a big protest at Monument Circle downtown Indy. That was a pro-Palestinian rally. I don't understand what some of these people think, but it's sad that they wander around us daily. Same ones who probably think Trump's all the problem. Speaking of Trump, you should hear some of the commercials running on Indianapolis radio for the mayor position. The opponent is a Trump supporter, And Hogsett, the incumbent, is running commercials bashing him for it. Yeah, the one talks about Trump lying over 30,000 times, being accused of sexual assault by 20-something different women, not condemning January 6th, and said he wants to bring Trump-style politics to Indy. That's bad for Indy. Well, I can't vote for the Indy mayor, but I sure would not vote for Hogsett if I could. His record is terrible, and the crime is through the roof in the last few years under his mayorship. Anyway, said I'm not sure if you saw the photo that my wife had posted over the weekend on the cruise page. We were off at Jungle Jim's over the weekend. We were both starving. We were trying to decide where to eat. So I remembered you always talking about roosters. So I looked it up and noticed it was just down the street from where we were. Let's see. I could say I can see why you go there a lot. It was a good meal. I'd definitely go back when we're in the area again. And yes, he wore his Steve Summers Overnight Drive T-shirt just in case we ran into you at Jungle Jim's. I had no idea we'd end up eating it. Technically, it's my wife's favorite restaurant while we were there. But the story he's talking about, Indianapolis, a woman is in police custody after allegedly driving her car into a building on the near northeast side of Indiana that had a Star of David on the front door. Indiana Metropolitan Police responded to a report of a car hitting a building. This was last Friday, about 11:30 in the evening. People said there were people in the building when it was hit. Nobody was injured, though. Officers arrived and spoke with the driver, a 34-year-old female. The driver allegedly told police she had been watching the news and couldn't breathe anymore, referencing people that she knew in Palestine as the Israel-Hamas conflict continues. The driver said she had passed the building a couple of times and saw the name Israel School and said, yeah, I did it on purpose. Now, police arrested the driver on a preliminary charge of criminal recklessness. The county prosecutor is going to make the final charging decisions, which could be upped more along the lines of a hate crime. But the woman verbally and openly admitting to committing the hate crime on her courtesy phone call from inside the jail. The FBI has also been notified, according to it's not comical. According to the Indianapolis Jewish Community Relations Council, the building is actually believed to belong to a sect of the Black Hebrew Israelites, a group designated as a hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center. The driver apparently believed the Star of David on the front door represented Israel in some way. The IJCRC, this Indianapolis Jewish Community Relations Council, released this following statement. The threat level for our community has not increased. Safe Indiana, our Jewish community security program, was immediately notified. They've been working alongside law enforcement. Safety and security for our community is the utmost importance. We are more secure and prepared than ever before, although a Jewish facility was not targeted solely due to the ironic misidentification. This is just another reminder to maintain security protocols, remain vigilant of suspicious activity, and report things promptly to the appropriate authorities. A woman just snapped, but wrong target, I guess you'd say. All right, welcome back, Philip.
Yeah, that's what kind of is the case with this ship. I mean, we have ships all over the world, and there is no reason to get into anybody's business about where things go. I mean, you're not going to change it. This ship actually left 9 hours late. It's called the Cape Orlando. It left 9 hours late from Oakland because of it, because they had to investigate everything, and it went to Tacoma, Washington. What was crazy about it is a lot of these ships. Steve, do you know what an AIS is?
Something shipping related? No.
Okay, so every ship has an AIS, okay? And what an AIS is basically it tells where it's located. So you could go on like Maritime. There's all kinds of apps where you can go and track ships.
Like a
like
transponder thing.
Yes. And they have the ability. It's not governed to the point where you have to have it on all the time. You can turn it on and off. They had to turn the AIS off on the ship so nobody would know where it was at until it got into Tacoma, Washington.
Wow.
And when it got into the port and the tugs actually hooked up to it to pull it into Tacoma to dock it, that's when they turned the AIS back on. You know, and they're having to do that because they don't want people to get in, you know, doing crazy stuff like this. You know, and they just don't understand. There could have been a lot of people hurt bad, killed, and they would have got pinned in between the ship, you know, and it just goes to show you how people are and what they're doing, and they don't understand. You got to have, you know, going in on a port, the charges alone for invading a port like that, that's some serious jail time, you know, that's nothing to play around with.
Right.
Now, I do think that the Port of Oakland needs to secure their port a little bit better, because these people essentially hopped over a 12-foot chain link fence with barbed wire on the top and then went into the ship, you know, which is that's not supposed to happen. And, you know, and I'm pretty sure the Port of Oakland is going to they're going to be looked at pretty hard by the government about that one. But I thought I would mention it. It's a story I seen the other day. I did some research on it, and we have to be observant about what's going on in the world. I mean, sure, our beliefs might be for Palestine or it might be for Israel. We need to, if you're going to protest, you go in front of a courthouse and stand there, that kind of thing. You don't go out and try to stop a big vehicle from moving where it needs to go. I mean, it's like back in the days when the guys used to be on strike in front of a semi. You know, and I know there was a lot of guys that didn't run over nobody, and that was, it's crazy to stand in front of a semi when you're back in the old days on a strike. But you don't do that. So that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate you having me.
As always, thanks for chiming in. Good to have you with us there, Philip. Have a great day at work. Tell Mickey I said hello. For over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing, whether it's lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that may be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Make sure you store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. What's going on with Huckleberry? I'll be your Huckleberry.
Good morning, Steve. Hey, we need to clear up this thing about the devil's lettuce. This is not the devil's lettuce. It's God's great green goodness. And it makes everything so much better. And I want to say congratulations to another brokerage having issues. They are part of the problem that has destroyed this country. They've destroyed trucking ever since they got involved in trucking since the 70s. It's a fact. We can all see what the facts are here on this one. You know, when we're sitting here and what's up, man? You know, everything's look at the brokerage. They're killing us. You know, drivers are losing their butts. They're having to haul this dollar-a-mile freight. You know, come on. They're sitting there stealing the money from us. You know, when fuel goes up, we really, like I said, from $2 to $4, y'all took a $40,000 pay cut. We got more drivers committing suicide than our veterans, but nobody gives a crap about that. You know, come on. When do we get the respect we deserve? But that's all right. I'm going after the brokers.
So I had a question about the brokers and the factoring company things. Do brokers all go through a factoring company? I mean, I thought when you worked for somebody, you got the shipper pays them and then they pay you. If you use a factoring company, they're taking another 2, 3, 5% of your pay for just paying you.
Right. Well, these are the bottom feeder brokerage companies that are, they're paying these brokerages or these factoring companies 2 and 3% so they can pay the drivers. So they're taking that off of their part of the load too. That's figured in. They're going to make their money. You're not going to make anything. But like I said, I will shut them down. I've got to work with Tommy Tuberville, but hey, we'll see. But we'll take care of these people if they don't all go out of business before then. But we got to get rid of them. They are the problem. I mean, who? See, would it be okay if somebody come in there and tell you what you're going to work for? Do we not get to negotiate like how much time's going to be involved in this load? I mean, when somebody comes out, not everybody, even contractors that work on houses, they don't bid every load the same as they did for the other job. They bid the job per job. They don't say, okay, I'm just going to do everything this year for $400 a job. At the beginning of the year, $400 a job. Oh, if paint goes up, well, hell, I can't ask for more money. I mean, come on, this is ridiculous. And when what's going to happen when we have every truck driver can't afford to put fuel in the truck? Is that when we finally figure out we got a problem? I mean, this is bad. I mean, people are not going to eat because of these brokers. They've got to go. They're taking. I mean, with that one company you said a couple of weeks ago down in Miami, they had 100 employees and made $15 million. That's $1.5 million a piece as a broker. That's a lot of money.
I guess that's why there's
that's
so.
Just average.
I'm guessing that's why there's so much interest in doing it. Everybody on the outside looking in says, "Hey, I mean, look at that. You can sit. You can lease an office, sit behind a desk, and essentially you're just using telephone or email communications, electronic communications." Making arrangements for this. I mean, and you're making money just sitting at the desk. All right, let's get a quick time out. It's 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
one little tidbit on the lighter side. After speaking to Huckleberry, didn't give us an update on how the gold prospecting's going there. But it is being described as the holy grail of shipwrecks, containing up to 200 tons of gold. Well, gold, silver, and emeralds could be floating on the Caribbean within months after Colombia has declared a national mission to recover the treasure. The Spanish galleon San Jose sank off the Colombian port of Cartagena after its powder magazines detonated during a skirmish with the British in 1708. On board were treasures worth up to $20 billion in today's money, as well as 600 sailors, all but 11 who went down with the ship. In 2015, the Colombian government announced that a team of Navy divers had discovered the legendary ship lying in nearly 3,100 feet of water. Last year, another team brought back some jaw-dropping images of its perfectly preserved cargo. Well, now the Colombian government has said it will be raised before the current president, President Petro, ends his term of office in 2026. But there's going to be a mighty fight over who owns the wreck, because there's a U.S. firm claiming it found the boat and demanded half the loot. Also laying claims are the Spanish government and a separate indigenous group. Now, we had the American research company, Glocamora, claiming they found the San Jose in 1981, turned the coordinates over to the Colombians on the condition that they would receive half the fortune once the vessel was recovered. This was countered in 2015, though, by Colombia's then president, Santos, who said the Navy had found the boat and it was in a different location on the seafloor. Glocamora, which is now called Sea Search Armada, is now suing for half the treasure. We're talking about $10 billion, according to estimates, under the U.S.-Colombia Trade Promotion Agreement. But the Colombian Minister of Culture said the government's team had visited the coordinates given by Sea Search Armada. They found no trace of the San Jose. But it doesn't end there. Complicating matters even further, there are competing claims from the Spanish, whose navy the vessel belonged to, and then there's Bolivia's indigenous Caracora nation, which says its people were forced to mine the gold and the jewels, so the treasures actually belong to them. Meanwhile, Colombia's hailed the find as a huge historic and cultural achievement. Now, this is one of the priorities of the Petro administration. The president has told us to pick up the pace. The 62-gun galleon was sailing from Portobello in Panama at the head of what was then a treasure fleet of 14 merchant vessels and 3 Spanish warships when it encountered the British squadron near Baru. Again, 1708, but 200 tons of gold, silver, emeralds. There's treasure in them there waters, as they say. All right, Eagle checks in. How's your week starting off there, Eagle? If the computer, come on, computer, pick up. There we go. Hello, Eagle.
Good. Yeah. Mucho good. Hello?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I wanted to talk about a couple things tonight, Steve. First thing was a situation with Israel and the people, Hamas people they fighting with. These people keep calling for a ceasefire, Steve. They want everybody to celebrate Israel to be advanced. Yeah, because people these people. Wait, Israel. He said they didn't do it. He wouldn't listen to the other leaders when they told him not to, listen. And now look what kind of a situation you got. Now they got people hiding hostages in hospitals.
Eagle, are you okay there? Is he falling asleep?
Yeah. Can you hear me, Steve?
Yeah, all right. It sounded like you might be dozing off on me there. I'm getting a little concerned.
No. The radio. I think it's something wrong with my phone. Okay, let me get out of the truck right quick. Okay. You should be able to hear me better now. Okay, yeah, Steve. Okay, well, people were trying to say that that they're doing the wrong thing by going after Hamas, the Israel people, and calling for a ceasefire. And now you got some of these politicians here in the U.S. doing the same thing. That's the worst move that they can make. They've already started the deal. They need to go ahead and finish. I understand, innocent civilians are getting killed, but it's not being done on purpose. These people, Hamas are planting these people in hospitals all over the place where they're known to have their, territories at. They're doing that on purpose. They're using these people
human
as
shields. Human shields is what they're doing. They're using the people, the civilians, human shields. Yep.
And that's why the cowards. That's the worst thing that a man can do. When a grown man hides behind women and children, that's all you are, is nothing but a coward. And that's what these people are, is cowards. This organization. So, like I said, you have to continue on. You have to get these people out of the Gaza area. You can't let these guys continue on because there is no.
A ceasefire or a pause, as many are saying, would just be an opportunity for them to regroup and retrench and resupply. But yeah, we pause there. Back after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. A new poll is not showing good news for the sitting president in battleground states where he won in 2020.
President Joe Biden is trailing Donald Trump in 5 of the 6 most important battleground states, according to new polling by the New York Times and Siena College. Biden is currently losing to Trump by margins of 3 to 10% among registered voters in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, and Pennsylvania. Across 6 battleground states, all of which Biden carried in 2020, the president is ahead only in Wisconsin. In Las Vegas, Nevada, I'm John Schaefer.
Tuesday, voters in crucial regions across the country will participate in elections. Kentucky's incumbent Democratic Governor Andy Beshear vying for a second term, competing against Republican candidate Daniel Cameron, who has received an endorsement from Donald Trump. In Mississippi, Republican Governor Tate Reeves is running for re-election and facing a challenge from Democratic candidate Brandon Presley. A Bay Area casino in California is at the center of a tuberculosis outbreak.
California health officials say TB can be inside someone and not show any symptoms for years. So they are recommending that anyone who spent time in the California Grand Casino in the last 5 years be tested for tuberculosis.
It's scary. It's scary to think about because I don't come in here all that often, but when I do, I don't want to leave with anything.
So far, 11 confirmed cases have been linked to staff and customers of the casino. I'm Corey Myers.
A judge has granted permission for a teacher, Abigail Zwerner, who was shot by her 6-year-old student, to pursue a $40 million lawsuit against Virginia school officials, despite the school board's earlier attempt to have it dismissed. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
For the first time, more Americans say the death penalty is applied unfairly than not. That's according to a new Gallup survey, which shows 50% said it was given out unfairly compared to 47% who said it's given fairly. The last time Gallup asked the question, only 45% said it was applied unfairly. A teacher shot by a 6-year-old can sue Virginia school officials. Lance Pry has more.
A judge has ruled a teacher, Abigail Zwerner, who was shot by her 6-year-old student, can proceed with a $40 million lawsuit against Virginia school officials for failing to act on warnings. The Newport News School Board argued she was only entitled to workman's compensation because the injuries happened at work.
Negotiators with SAG-AFTRA could have a response to the latest contract offer from the major Hollywood studios soon. On Sunday night, SAG-AFTRA leaders said they're reviewing the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers' best, last, and final offer. Screen Actors have been on strike for 115 days. Nearly 30,000 pounds of dinosaur-shaped chicken nuggets are being recalled. Over the weekend, the USDA's Food Safety and Inspection Service announced that Tyson Foods issued a recall for its Fun Nuggets. The recall is specifically for the 29-ounce plastic bags. If you have any questions about if your bag of nuggets are on the recall list, you can go online or contact where you bought those. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, so we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Tuesday. Yes, Election Day, 7th day of November. Yeah, we'll get back to more of our national issues coming up here. Yeah, a lot of things going on. Yeah, Middle East, and with each passing day, the number of attacks on U.S. forces are going up. It's daily. U.S. bases in Iraq and Syria have been attacked 27 times now over the past week, including 5 over the past 24 hours, according to the Pentagon announcement on Monday. At least 45 U.S. military members have been injured in the attacks, including 24 with traumatic brain injuries, according to the Pentagon press secretary. There have been now 38 total attacks on U.S. bases, 20 in Iraq and 18 in Syria, 8 occurring since just last Friday. Brigadier General Patrick Ryder said we do see these harassing attacks by the Iranian proxy groups in Iraq and Syria, and that they're being done by drones and rockets. And again, I'm not going to telegraph potential future operations on what we may or may not do, but again, we will make sure we're taking any necessary actions to protect our forces. Now, he said 32 troops have been injured at the Al-Tanf in southern Syria. Another 13 hurt at the Al-Assad Air Base, which is in western Iraq. At Al-Assad, the other location we've been talking about, no reported increases in TBI cases, so we're still at 4. We have had, however, an additional 9 personnel diagnosed with other minor injuries along the lines of what I've outlined, that there have been one other injury diagnosed from the attack there on the 26th of October. Now, I would highlight all of those injuries occurred prior to the self-defense strikes that we took on the 26th of October. To my knowledge, there have been no injuries reported since then. So all these injuries occurring early on. See, the one thing the United States did when they tried to send a message, when they did the airstrikes with the F-16s on some of these proxy groups hitting some of their munitions dumps, at the time, they said, we're not looking to engage Iran and we have no plans for any further attacks. And that just... He tried to say yesterday, we're not going to tip our hand what we will or will not do, but you sent a message then that had to be taken by them that, that's all they're going to do. So we can do more. All right, up to speed on that. Let me get back to Eagle because I know we had a couple of other things we wanted to touch on. All right, thanks for hanging in there.
Okay, yeah, I'm still here. Okay, yeah. So, like I said, Mr. Steve, that's the worst thing.
individual can is hide behind women and kids to protect yourself. That shows you what these men are all about. So, like I say, I don't want to see innocent people get killed, but they have to do what they got to do if they want to be a free country and rid this place of this Hamas. Because if they don't rid these people, Steve, they're gonna attack again. Hamas. And it could be worse than the last attack they had a couple of weeks ago. So I don't have these people that are calling for ceasefire need to shut up and mind their own business as far as I'm concerned. Now here's the people that I'm really pissed off with, Steve, is these people that are here in America that are supporting Palestine and supporting Hamas organization. These people going around, going to the White House protesting. And like I told you, Steve, I don't really like the protesting deal. But like I say, unfortunately, people have the right to protest in America. But like I've told you about all these protests over the years, Steve, you have the right to protest peacefully. That doesn't give you the right to spray paint cars, spray paint walls and statues, and watch vandalize. That's when you're crossing the law, Steve. And these people need to be arrested. I told you this so many times. You have the right to protest, not the right to vandalize and tear up stuff that doesn't belong to you because you're unhappy with the situation. And they need to find out who these individuals are, and they need to place them under arrest because they're nothing but domestic terrorists. That's exactly what you are when you decide to do these type of things in your own country. You're a disgrace. As far as I'm concerned, they ought to be kicked out of the country. If the people that be lucky somebody like me ain't running things, Steve, because a lot of those people be getting a one-way ticket. Notice I always say, I don't never say a round-trip ticket back to the White House, Steve. I say a one-way ticket right out of the country, right over to Afghanistan or Pakistan or Iran, one of them countries. Since you love those people so much, since you love what they're doing, but brother, why don't you go over there and stay with them? That's the way I see it. I'll be more than happy to give you a one-way ticket and don't never come back to the United States of America as far as I'm concerned. Now, let's talk about one last thing, Steve, about this situation with Donald Trump. This is totally embarrassing. Once again, Donald Trump is in a courtroom and with this same loser judge with a big smile on his face, and he's trying to put the screw to Donald Trump. It's really a sick situation that they got going on. His lawyer came out of the courtroom today and pissed off because of something that took place in the courtroom. Like I said, they're taking it too far, Steve. If you got a problem with Donald Trump, you don't want to see Trump in the White House. I can understand people do. But when you try to mess with the man's family, when you're trying to put his kids in the courtroom, now I understand his daughter is going to have to testify on Wednesday. They've taken it a step too far, Steve. If you hate Donald Trump, hey, do your thing. But leave the man's family alone, leave the man's kids, and because these people have nothing to do with Donald Trump's situation. It's just disgusting. And meanwhile, Joe Biden just continues to stroll along and do his thing. But like you've been saying, Steve, and that's why I don't get upset about Biden no more, because there is not going to be any justice for Biden because he controls the DOJ and those people work for him. They're not going to put this loser in a courtroom to bring any kind of justice against him because he's just run by that loser. So all these people that's waiting for something bad to happen to Joe Biden and Joe Biden to end up in court, Joe Biden to end up and testify this and do this and that, it ain't going to happen until Donald Trump gets back in the White House. And I repeat myself, Steve, if Trump does get back in the White House, if that better be the first thing that he does when the day one of that White House is to make sure that Joe Biden ends up behind bars, him and his loser son, and anybody associated with the last 4 years in America. That's what Donald Trump, his first 24 hours on the job, he better make sure that everybody that tried to put the boot to him for the last couple of years ends up behind bars. If he doesn't, then he's made the worst mistake of his life. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle, thanks for chiming in. Hope your week's off to a good start, and thanks for being with us. Let me get to Brain Dead first here. Brain Dead been hanging in there, delivering the groceries. Hey there.
Yeah. I heard. What was that minister, the great patriot, the one that called in about the getting the guy arrested at West Memphis?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that, because West Memphis Police Department, they don't mess around, Steve. They'll ask you nicely to do something, and if you refuse to do it, they're going to tell you to do it. And if you still refuse to do it the third time, well, you'll be taken away in some silver bracelets. So, but the stupid thing the guy did, because the judge there loves idiots. Let me tell you, that judge, no, he doesn't play around with stupidity, because the guy was stupid enough to put it on Facebook Live. Okay, has people failed to realize when you're putting stuff on social media, it's not in pencil, and it's not in pencil. It's in ink. Anybody can see it. Anybody can get a copy of it, and it's not hard to find. I mean, it's like we're good friends on Facebook. I don't put a whole lot of my personal life on Facebook. I don't put a whole lot on there except the trash talk dingbat and maybe a few other people, but
Right.
that's about it. People have got to learn to stay off social media. They see these celebrities. Well, this celebrity took this post down. Well, yeah, after they got caught putting it up there. So why'd you put it up there to begin with, dumbass? But the other thing I had was, you know why Gilligan, they've been having that crud the last few days, Steve?
I don't know. Did he have COVID? What was it?
No, see, you don't want to tell you the truth, see, Steve. He's one of these secret Reese Cup peanut butter testers. Now, they're coming out with a new turkey and dressing peanut butter cup that, they don't want to release now. So he had to sit there, unload the truck, and give a few samples, because you said that story last night about the, what was it, the turkey and dressing pizza?
Yes, DiGiorno.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind trying. I wouldn't mind trying that. I really wouldn't. I'd give it an honest shot, because it's got to be a lot better than remember the Jones soda, the turkey dinner in the bottle. Remember that?
That was an annual tradition for years. Yeah, your turkey soda, your great gravy soda, your dressing soda. Yuck.
Yeah, but by the way, before I forget, now Steve, I know you have a cracked research department here, so maybe you could help me out. Now I heard a rumor that every now and then they give old President Biden, memory tests, make sure he doesn't have that dementia or Alzheimer's or whatever. And they asked him what a pumpkin was, and he said, that's when you yell, "Roll Tide," while you chase your cousin. Bye to me.
All right, Brain Dead. Good to have you with us here. Roll it up on 18 past the hour. Pappy's coming up here next, and that's why I want to pull this particular story next, because we've been saying this for weeks and weeks, months and months. Now, you've got Hamas, who Israel is battling furiously right now, which is pretty much like the baby brother of the much larger Hezbollah. Now, they tell us the leader of Syria's Hezbollah terrorist group, Hassan Nasrallah, has pretty much been silent on the Israel-Hamas war until now. As the most powerful person in Lebanon, the Hezbollah leaders spoke to thousands this past week in what many thought was going to be a declaration of war on Israel, like they were going to join in. He did not declare war on Israel, but he did not waste any time in telling the world that this is an American war, fully putting the blame on the United States. Now, while Nasrallah was adamant that Iran is not directing Hezbollah's stance on the war, Glenn Beck's head researcher and former DOD intelligence analyst, Jason Buttrill, said he believes that Iran is maybe pumping the brakes a little bit, maybe trying to figure out just how heavy our involvement may actually be, which he says is really very disappointing, because they have been testing us. They've been attacking us, as I just shared, 27 attacks now. using their proxy militias in Iraq and Syria, and our response has been very, very weak. Now, here you go. Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, also had an interesting message to share, which is, and I quote, "Death to America is not just a slogan or a chant. It is our country's official policy toward the United States." This is Iran's supreme leader. If it were not for America's support, if it were not for the support of U.S. weapons, the corrupt and artificial Zionist regime of Israel would have been destroyed in the first week. It would have collapsed. The Americans are behind this. Okay, well, Glenn Beck said, well, I guess we need to send him another pallet of cash in that case, right? So if we were to read the tea leaves, Hezbollah is there beating their chest today and saying, we're here, we're going to keep them busy, but we're not going to get involved. Iran is saying this is because of the Americans. Is this a warning? Yeah, they're signaling all of their Hezbollah soldiers and all of their, what you would call their martyrs around the world that are willing to die. And their attack will not be a military attack. Their attack will be more terror attacks. Of course, we question how many of the so-called martyrs may be residing right here in the United States of America, with the millions and millions of unidentified that have come in recent years. Meanwhile, Pappy, hey, what's happening?
Yeah, Steve, that's part of the reason I called tonight, man. Looking at these videos of the protests and what happened at the White House gates over the, seeing this videos down at the border, man, and the rhetoric coming out of the Middle East. The propaganda, man, is at an all-time high here, Steve. Mm-hmm. And see how this plays out. Unfortunately, like I said, man, I don't have any faith in our leaders to make the right decisions on what to do here. Unfortunately. I mean, yeah, Eagle was right, man. I mean, I saw this one Bongino showed this time-lapse video. I don't know if it was on top of a real tall building or if it was from a drone or what it was from. But a time-lapse video of this big, large street with people marching down it. I don't know if that's been going around on Facebook or not, but holy moly, Steve, I don't know how many thousands of pro-Palestinian supporters. I mean, it kind of looked like Antifa, you know, back in the day. Mm-hmm. They were up at the White House, you know, at the gate, spray painting the gate, shaking on the gate. I'm sure Secret Service was probably shaking in their boots a little bit. So, obviously, Steve, this propaganda machine has direct lines to our leftists in these college institutions in this country. I mean, just look at the amount of pro-Palestine supporters. And they're all chanting from river to sea.
Yep.
And we know what that chant means.
Yep. Palestine will be free.
Yeah.
And that is
from the river to the sea.
That is pushing. Go ahead. That is pushing Israel out into the sea. The elimination of Israel.
Well, yeah, it's from the river of Jordan to the sea of the Med. is what they're talking about, which is Israel. And they're talking about death to anybody in between the river and the sea. And all these spray-painted free Palestine is what you're seeing being spray-painted on the statues and monuments. Hey, Palestine voted in Hamas.
Yes, they did.
And man, I don't know, Steve. I mean, I said, man, we're in for some interesting times here. And now we send a nuclear-powered sub over in the Meds.
Yeah, what do you think about that? Now, essentially, they telegraphed that. They broadcast that to show that we've got this there. And an Ohio-class sub, which is carrying Tomahawks and a whole lot of firepower, is this just the next signal to Iran? I mean, it is very unusual to have any clue what proximity anywhere in the world an Ohio-class sub would be at any given time.
Yeah, that's why I question these decisions that are being made. Are they trying to run their mouths, so to speak, hoping that it might back down Iran a little bit, which I'm telling you ain't going to happen, Steve. And then when they call Biden's bluff, we just found out, as you just stated, that the government was hiding the amount of U.S. troops that were injured
yes,
in them first attacks. Why are they hiding them numbers?
And when you say traumatic brain injury, that's was that shell shock? Was that the term years ago? But the concussion injuries to the brain.
Yes. No, the shell shock is the post-traumatic stress, as it turned out through the years, started out as shell struck, then or shell shock. And what did they change it to in World War II? Went to a different phrase. It changed names, but it's the amount of fighting that one is involved in. How much can a person take, man? And I saw some talk from some ex-military guys that had to do multiple tours over there in Iraq and Afghanistan. You can only subject somebody to so much. It's not so much the concussion of them bombs going off as it is sustained fighting. Somebody can only take so much. But the brain injuries that they're talking about is probably concussions from these explosives.
The equivalent of being in an MRAP and hitting a road sign, an IED, and the concussion. Okay, let's pause right there. Back after this.
USA News Update. Recent attacks in Iraq and Syria may have resulted in injuries to as many as 45 U.S. service members. According to NBC News, this number is more than double what the Pentagon had previously disclosed. Since October, bases housing U.S. personnel have been targeted in dozens of attacks following the onset of the conflict between Israel and Hamas. Humanitarian aid is flowing into Gaza, but U.S. officials say it's not enough. State Department Deputy Spokesperson Vedant Patel told reporters the U.S. is pushing to get more aid into the Gaza Strip. More than 400 trucks carrying supplies have crossed into Gaza, but more is needed. A teacher shot by a 6-year-old can sue Virginia school officials.
A judge has ruled a teacher, Abigail Zwarner, who was shot by her 6-year-old student, can proceed with a $40 million lawsuit against Virginia school officials for failing to act on warning.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Thank you so much, and welcome back here on a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. On into the 7th day of November, Election Day around the country. pretty easy for me. I think, if memory serves, polls open at like 6:30 a.m. I wrap programming up, do a little behind-the-scenes work, just kind of sit around and hit the polls bright and early. Before most people even get out of bed, right? So I never really have any issues with waiting in line. But I'm going to get back to Pappy here. Why we are announcing things. I know this is one topic that really gets under 5'7" skin. Broadcasting to the world, to our enemies. Where and what military might we have put in position. I mean, we had broadcast the two the carrier strike groups that we had positioned, the USS Eisenhower and the USS Gerald R. Ford and all the associated ships. But over the weekend, Central Command announced the presence of an Ohio-class submarine in its area of responsibility. The naval responsibilities include the Persian Gulf, Gulf of Oman, the Red Sea, Eastern Mediterranean. But they actually posted this on social media, accompanied by a photograph of a submarine apparently traversing Egypt's Suez Canal, connecting the Mediterranean and the Red Seas. Now, they point out, Ohio-class submarines are the largest in the U.S. fleet and can be equipped with Tomahawk cruise missiles or ballistic missiles. It is highly unusual for even their approximate locations to ever be disclosed. But we're kind of broadcasting that. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Pappy.
Steve, if you notice, 5'7" is correct. I mean, in the past, think of this. In the past 20 years, have we ever talked about where our submarines are, man?
No.
Have you ever heard any talk about where our submarines are? Steve, I'm just worried that Hezbollah in the last several days have been launching massive rockets into Israel. That this is going to escalate into some kind of full blown out holy war or something. This has been going on for 2,000 years, and unfortunately, there's no making peace with these people. It's Steve. It's been tried over and over and over, and their ideology is just is death to Israel
and America,
and their propaganda here, like I said before, is really reaching some people. It's like this whole world is starting to turn against us. So I don't know what's going to happen, man. I mean, it's like a flash powder, man. I'm telling you, one little spark. And what is that spark going to be? Are we going to start flying air support over Hezbollah if they start getting involved? Seriously, with like another front on the northern border there. I don't know the answer, Steve. I don't know. Part of me was like, you know what? Maybe we should just drop a couple Moabs right in Iran's face.
And everything goes to the next level, and that entices the rest of the Arab world, right? I mean, that's pretty. Yeah, that's what Hamas set out to do. And I was talking to Eagle a few minutes ago, and I understand Israel's premise of eliminating Hamas, going in there. But okay, so we successfully eliminate Hamas. We go in, destroy all the tunnels, and try to set up some sort of an international community, and then they're going to start rebuilding the Gaza and all that. But then you've got Hezbollah with the same mentality. You've got Iran with the same mentality. Death to America is their official policy of Iran.
Yeah, I don't think there's no end to this, Steve. Unless you follow some of the Bible prophecies.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't know. Is that where we're at now? I don't know. Time will tell. I mean, all we can do here is at home, and what scares me is the amount. I mean, we're talking about tens of thousands of people on U.S. soil.
And when you saw the gathering in D.C. over the weekend, yes, that was a massive march, and all them in support of Palestine.
Yes, sir. And if they all go violent, well, I mean, if they go violent, man, what's that say? And we still got our borders wide open. Wide open. This is just I can't fathom that this has happened. If these people in our government were serious about protecting and preserving the United States, Steve, they would shut that border down right now. They could have it shut down in a matter of days. I'm telling you, put some troops down on that border. Anybody crosses the border is going to get shot. Shut it down. Keep these supply lines open. But they're not doing it, Steve. They're continuing to let this happen. It started with Obama. He's the one that wanted to make nice with Iran. Trump tried to squash it.
He shut down the Iran deal, and that was the sanctions. We're taking literally billions and billions of dollars out of Iran's pocketbook every year. So Biden gets elected, and he goes back and he reverses the Trump sanctions, and we've heard the numbers, how many billions of dollars Iran is garnering from their oil sales, and that those oil sales are going in to provide the munitions, train the fighters for the likes of Hamas and Hezbollah and all the proxy groups in Syria and Iraq. We are supplementing our own enemy.
Steve, some of their assets were frozen when they took the hostages back in '79. And just release and free some of that, and just to give it back to them. And another thing, the amount of money, our money that the government takes from us, the amount of money we're giving all these other countries, including Syria, Palestine, even though Palestine is not a country, okay? They're a people. Lebanon, this so-called humanitarian aid that we give these countries that hate us, man, it blows your mind. Just blows your mind.
Yes, it does.
So we're in some interesting times here. That's a fact. I mean, all we can do is just see what happens here, man, and hope things calm down here or something. I don't know. But if Israel pulled out right now and said, okay, we're done, you're right, Steve. I mean, it's just the chess game keeps going on and on and on.
It just procrastinates the inevitable, which ultimately, as you said, ultimately there's going to be that mighty war where the Arab world all unites and comes against Israel.
Well, that's, I hate to say it. I just started thinking this way in the last hours or a couple hours or so. Maybe we try to stop it and put a hurting on them before they can really put a hurting on us. But if we did, I think it's too late though, Steve. The amount of terrorists that are in our country. If we did, say, drop a couple Moabs on Iran's parliament, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just totally destroy a couple cities in there. What the hell is going to happen here in the United States? People are going, what? Terrorists are going to take up arms, and we're going to see chaos. So I don't know if there's any solutions to this. Other than we know one thing, they wake up every morning saying, death to Israel, death to the United States.
That's a definitive.
Good morning, dear.
Death to America.
Yep. All right, my man, let's everybody, all we can do, Steve, is keep our eyes and ears open, see how this plays out. Prepare yourself for what could happen in this country. I mean, for the average citizen, the average Joe just walking around to think that this country cannot fall, to think that can't happen, that's impossible. I got news for them.
Yep.
They're sadly mistaken. There's been many governments and civilizations through this several thousand years that have just fallen and disappeared, including Rome, Great Rome Empire. Gone. We've only been around a couple hundred years. So, again, I'll say it again. I think this country was blessed by the hand of God because we survived some things that we shouldn't have survived. There's no way we should have won that Revolutionary War. On paper, when you look at it, it's how the hell did we beat the British, man? The most powerful nation on the face of the planet. And you got this little bitty America that just started. When? There's some divine intervention here. So hopefully this divine intervention still hovers over our head and protects us. All right, my man. Appreciate you taking the call, man.
Thank you.
Try and enjoy the next warm weather for the next couple days.
That's all. It's, because it's going to be fleeting. Is that the term? Fleeting? It's going to go away. Oftentimes the term, saber rattling. And is that what Iran has been doing? The saber rattling. It was in our final hour last evening. Maybe it might have been the final story we touched on in the program last evening. Where we were talking about the new nuclear warhead that the Department of Defense announced just last week that they're developing. And got more details from Newsweek this past day, breaking it down that it would be capable of killing millions of people with a single detonation. The Pentagon issued a statement that the new weapon, the B-61-13, a variant of the gravity bomb that was first developed during the Cold War, is intended to strengthen deterrence of adversaries like Iran and assurance of our allies by providing the Biden administration with additional options against certain harder and large area military targets. Officials said this new bomb is intended to be capable of an explosive yield equivalent to 340 kilotons of TNT, approximately 23 times the destructive power of the one dropped in Hiroshima at the end of World War II. A professor and historian of nuclear technology, Alex Wallerstein, produced some modeling maps illustrating that this would be the bomb's destructive power if it were to be detonated over American cities. For example, if exploded over downtown Manhattan, an estimated 1.1 million people dead, another 2.1 million injured. In a flash. A detonation over downtown Los Angeles would have a far lower instant death toll due to the relatively sprawling nature of the city. An estimated 370,000 dead instantly, 950,000 injured. Similarly, if exploded over central Chicago, a blast would cover only a small portion of the spread out city and suburbs, with approximately half radiating out over Lake Michigan. It would kill 415,000, another 750,000 injured. A strike on Washington, D.C. would result in a smaller loss of life with an estimated 360,000 dead, 613,000 injured. But in one failed boom, it would destroy some of the nation's most significant symbols, the White House, the U.S. Capitol, the Supreme Court, and the Lincoln Memorial, all leveled like that. And it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. It's 844-844-3388. Back after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, then you got the question, who actually believes it's going to be Trump versus Biden in 24? Yeah, more and more I feel like it ain't going to be Biden. And I really continue to question if it'll be Trump. I don't know who's going to be leading the ticket. But more and more, even on even on the left, alluding that Joe's not going to be the guy. CNN political analyst David Axelrod, I guess the latest, said Biden needs to decide if it's wise for him to run as the nominee in the 24 race, which will likely set him up for a 2020 rematch. Is this in Biden's best interest or the country's? Now, again, CNN's political analyst. It's awful late to change horses, but a lot's going to happen in the next year. No one can predict. And Biden's team says he's resolved to run. He's defied CW before, but this is going to send tremors of doubt through the party. Yeah, not bedwetting, but legitimate concern. Axelrod over the weekend, reacting to the latest New York Times poll showing Trump leads Biden in 5 out of the 6 key swing states. And it wasn't by a slim margin. Some of these 5-6 percentage points. He said the greatest concern is that his biggest liability is the one thing he cannot change. Among all the unpredictables, there's one thing that is for sure. That's his age. It only points in one direction. Yeah, Biden is correct to be proud of his accomplishments, right? Although he didn't list any of his so-called achievements. He went on to say that Trump's a dangerous, unhinged demagogue whose brazen disdain for the rules, the norms, the laws, and institutions of democracy should be disqualifying. But the stakes of miscalculation here are too dramatic to ignore. Biden can make the final decision, obviously. If he continues to run, he'll be the nominee. What he needs to decide is, would that be wise? Is it in his best interest? Is it in the country's best interest? All right, who else was sounding out here? That poll showing, and I mentioned it wasn't a slim margin in the 5 of these key swing states. In the state of Nevada, a head-to-head matchup between Biden and Trump right now. This is a New York Times Siena poll, which would be typically considered a left-leaning poll. Trump up 11 points in Nevada, plus 5 in Arizona, plus 4 in Pennsylvania, plus 6 in Georgia, plus 5 in Michigan. This latest survey prompted responses from others calling for Biden to drop out. Bill Kristol said, "It's time. Biden has served our country well. I'm confident he will do so for the next year, but it's time for an act of personal sacrifice and public spirit. It's time to pass the torch. It's time for Biden to announce he will not run in 24. We can go back probably darn near a year ago. Pappy pointed out ever so clearly, when the left media turns on Biden, you know the wheels are about to come off. Now, when asked the simple question, well, who's going to take his place? It ain't going to be Kamala Harris. We know that. Although she may think she would opt to run, there's not a chance. Sadly, it's Gavin Newsom is the one that pretty much tops the list. Hey, the younger, the new generation, pass the torch. Well, problem there is who in the rest of the country outside of California wants to live in that kind of because what California has become, what California is the model that Gavin Newsom would bring to the entirety of this country. Do we want to go that route? I sure as hell don't. All right, we'll get back to the calls as we hit the news break here. Final hour just ahead. Just a quick moment to remind you, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, anything sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil storage, as we call it, keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. A new poll is not showing good news for the sitting president in battleground states where he won in 2020.
President Joe Biden is trailing Donald Trump in 5 of the 6 most important battleground states, according to new polling by the New York Times and Siena College. Biden is currently losing to Trump by margins of 3 to 10% among registered voters in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, and Pennsylvania. Across 6 battleground states, all of which Biden carried in 2020, the president is ahead only in Wisconsin. In Las Vegas, Nevada, I'm John Schaefer.
Tuesday, voters in crucial regions across the country will participate in the elections. Kentucky's incumbent Democratic Governor Andy Beshear vying for a second term, competing against Republican candidate Daniel Cameron, who has received an endorsement from Donald Trump. In Mississippi, Republican Governor Tate Reeves is running for re-election and facing a challenge from Democratic candidate Brandon Presley. A Bay Area casino in California is at the center of a tuberculosis outbreak.
California health officials say TB can be inside someone and not show any symptoms for years. So they are recommending that anyone who spent time in the California Grand Casino in the last 5 years be tested for tuberculosis.
It's scary. It's scary to think about because I don't come in here all that often, but when I do, I don't want to leave with anything.
So far, 11 confirmed cases have been linked to staff and customers of the casino. I'm Corey Myers.
A judge has granted permission for a teacher, Abigail Zwerner, who was shot by her 6-year-old student, to pursue a $40 million lawsuit against Virginia school officials, despite the school board's earlier attempt to have it dismissed. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
For the first time, more Americans say the death penalty is applied unfairly than not. That's according to a new Gallup survey, which shows 50% said it was given out unfairly compared to 47% who said it's given fairly. The last time Gallup asked the question, only 45% said it was applied unfairly. A teacher shot by a 6-year-old can sue Virginia school officials. Lance Pry has more.
A judge has ruled a teacher, Abigail Zwerner, who was shot by her 6-year-old student, can proceed with a $40 million lawsuit against Virginia school officials for failing to act on warnings. The Newport News School Board argued she was only entitled to workman's compensation because the injuries happened at work.
Negotiators with SAG-AFTRA could have a response to the latest contract offer from the major Hollywood studios soon. On Sunday night, SAG-AFTRA leaders said they're reviewing the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers' best, last, and final offer. Screen Actors have been on strike for 115 days. Nearly 30,000 pounds of dinosaur-shaped chicken nuggets are being recalled. Over the weekend, the USDA's Food Safety and Inspection Service announced that Tyson Foods issued a recall for its Fun Nuggets. The recall is specifically for the 29-ounce plastic bags. If you have any questions about if your bag of nuggets are on the recall list, you can go online or contact where you bought those. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yes, indeed, just like that. One more hour. Okay, here we go. Industry headlines from CDL Life. Nearly a dozen people hurt Friday when a gravel truck reportedly lost its brakes, ultimately crashing into an auto dealership in Tulare, Utah. Police started receiving calls about the crash a little after 1:30 in the afternoon Friday. Police say a 26-year-old truck driver was hauling 2 loaded gravel trailers, heavy load, when the vehicle experienced suspected brake or some other mechanical failure. Becoming a runaway truck, ran through several intersections, striking 5 vehicles, then crashing into 27 vehicles at the Tulare Motor Company. Sparked a large fire at the auto dealership. Dash cam video showing the truck barreling through an intersection prior to crashing. Investigators said at least 33 vehicles involved in the crash, including the gravel truck. 11 were injured, 1 airlifted to a nearby hospital. Truck driver was not injured. The auto dealership, severely damaged by the crash and subsequent fire, will require extensive repairs before that business can reopen. Then a Dumbass of the Week nominee, in this case a truck driver facing felony charges following a high-speed police chase that lasted more than 2 hours, according to police in Texas. Starting about 1:45 Saturday afternoon this past weekend, officer attempted to pull over a semi for a routine traffic stop, but the driver refused to stop. I don't understand the mentality. You're in a big rig. You're not going to disappear. You're not going to outrun the police. Even in your 100-mile-an-hour big rig, you're not going to outrun the radio. Ultimately, multiple law enforcement agencies from the Houston area joined the pursuit, including the Houston Police and the Texas Department of Public Safety. Fox San Antone reports the semi-truck drove through red lights, struck cars, drove over medians. After more than 2 hours, police were able to shoot out the truck's tires in a Fort Bend residential area. The truck driver, 51-year-old Christopher John Lebowski of Orlando, Florida, arrested and charged with evading And possession of a controlled substance, a.k.a. methamphetamine, being held on a $150,000 bond. Police also reportedly found loaded magazines and a holster, but did not find a gun inside the cab of the truck. What could have been a routine traffic stop turned into something much greater. Morning, Vic.
Hey, Steve. I imagine he didn't want to be caught with controlled substances, but that wasn't the right way to go about it. But the term you all were looking for was in World War II, they called that combat fatigue. And when the Vietnam War came along, it was still called that. All the medics, they had to go through all that stuff to try to see if someone was getting like old sergeant syndrome or combat fatigue, and that's when they tried in Vietnam to do that R&R after they'd been in the jungle for 6 months and all that. But and then they didn't want to admit that the people were coming home from Vietnam with problems, and they tried to keep that concealed. And it took probably close to a 20-year battle to finally get them to admit to give these people some sort of counseling when they came home from a war zone. And that's when the PTSD thing came about.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever you were mentioning about all this with Israel and the Jews, the first recorded Holocaust in the Christian religion is in the book of Ruth in the St. James Bible. And it's really kind of frightening, scary, or whatever you want to say. It was pretty much like the Nazi Holocaust with the numbers and all of that. So that's how long the modern day's been going on. But here in this country, I do not understand why we are not taking a serious look at the people coming into the country and those that are here, including those in Congress, that are somehow equating this whole deal with the terrorist groups that are financed by Iran. And again, kind of veer off here a little bit. We used to have a CIA economic warfare program, and that was actually housed in the World Trade Center. I don't know if they still have that program or not, but back in the day when CIA had the economic warfare program, they would tell Iran is if we find out you are financing these groups in any way, shape, or form, we are going to do everything we can to shut you down economically. And the reason I mention that is Israel and Shell Oil Company just found a large natural gas deposit in the Leviathan. I guess they call it the gas field. I started to say oil field. But anyway, Israel does have a large gas deposit there now. And that kind of, from my standpoint, is Israel could actually be exporting some natural gas into Europe, which that wouldn't set good with Putin because he's looking at the winter to try to freeze them down. And there are several now floating gas terminals that could furnish natural gas into Europe. So that part from Putin is pretty much gone. And there are the things that we need to do in this country to keep from going to nuclear war is we need to just basically do just common sense stuff, cut down on all of these foreign countries coming in here and buying up things, but somehow not being subject to American law. And I really don't understand that. And China is the worst offender. And that's what, when I mentioned, I said with all of Trump's troubles, you mentioned the other day about the case in Georgia and the RICO thing. Well, that Fannie Willis, she's the district attorney, and I don't know about the Georgia RICO law, but under the federal RICO law, there are no statute of limitations, and people can't bankrupt out of any charges that's brought against them. But I-74 corridor, you're probably aware of that. It was another alternate guns and drugs highway. I-75 and I-95 used to be the two main ones. Well, from that standpoint, if there's somebody down in a county in southern Georgia or western, eastern, whatever, and they happen to stop someone speeding through their county carrying contraband of some sort, and they find out they're centered in Fulton County, which is Atlanta, or any of the counties around that, by Founty Willis logic and what's going on now, that district attorney would have the right to bring charges against anybody in one of those counties that was part of that whole drug operation. So I don't, like I said, I'm confused with that whole Atlanta case. I don't know how a district attorney has the right to bring charges in all these other counties, because usually it's just district attorneys that are restricted to their one district. Mm-hmm. And the other thing is the Big Daddy up there in New York that's going on now. The reason that the terrorists attacked the World Trade Center, it's because that was the world economic capital, so to speak. You know, the World Trade Center was there, the World Bank, the gold deposit. There was just a lot of economic activity there. And there are a lot of foreign companies there. And so each of these foreign companies, like if they own something here in the United States, and they're licensed or in that chartered or whatever you want to say, in New York City or New York State, they're opening up quite a can of worms there, because you take, I go back to China, of course, they're the big ones. You know, they bought up Smithfield Foods, which is a big pork processing thing. And then they gathered up all the equipment that Smithfield had developed, all the processing equipment, and they took it over to China. It's not in the United States anymore. It hasn't been for some time. But are they, did you know, what did they do when they took that equipment out of the United States? Obviously, Smithfield Foods would not be worth as much with older equipment as it would have been with the newer equipment. But had they filed changes, you know, had they filed any changes if it's a security registered company? I mean, this thing could go on and on and on and on forever. So the whole thing that's going on right now is basically with Trump and other American companies, they're prosecuting them and paving the way for foreign companies to come in here. So, you know, we need to reverse that process. And of course, that's going to start with elections. And I was watching Lindell TV tonight, and I don't know if Mike Lindell's in Cincinnati or what, but him and somebody in Kentucky, clerk, was having a feud going on. And he has this project to where he wants to be in all the different election points. And he has some sort of a device that will detect if any of the voting machines are on the internet. Mm-hmm. And that's what him and this Kentucky woman was feuding about. Because Kentucky, well, all law says that you can't really hack in on voter machines. And the point he was making is, this is not any, we can't get, he can't get any information about voters or anything. The only thing it detects are the computers online. And that's what they were feuding about. And he has a whole project going on to try to change things by the time we get to the big election.
The 2024. You know, well, I mean, that was his accusation, that there was outside, via internet, global connections interfering in 2020.
Correct. And they're, you know, they went after him and basically, again, on a false premise. So, if you can't question elections, which that's part of what the whole thing with Trump was, and you can't operate a business without some sort of, I don't even know what they were talking about there as far as that, because just to kind of give you real quick, there used to be a New York Futures Exchange, and I had a seat on that at one time, and then they came out and it was gone. And then in Chicago, you used to get a seat on the exchange. They were pretty expensive. And then they came out, and I suspect you've seen that show, Trading Places, to where the old timers had seats on the exchange and all that stuff. But they changed that. But Chicago changed somewhere along the line, and they went to a stock ownership company, and those seats basically became pretty much worthless, So if you're, and basically every large agricultural corporation had seats on all the exchanges. Well, obviously, then that was not worth what it was before, and that should have been reflected in the company stock, but I don't think it ever was for any company. So that when I look at Trump, what do you always hear about real estate? Location, location, location. And I don't know how in the world they can have any valuation, any sensible valuation in that court better than what all the professionals in the appraisal companies, the insurance companies, the banks, all of it. I mean, I don't even, that is one case that totally mystifies me, other than I know that the effect is going to be that they're going to destroy, just like they destroyed, Lindell there. Yeah, I mean, he's still advertising on your show, but they pretty much destroyed his business. Yeah. He had to sell off a lot of equipment,
and he's still facing a, I don't know how many million or $1 billion lawsuit from Dominion. To my knowledge, you remember Fox News settled. Yeah, his case is still forthcoming, I do believe. We'll see where that goes. Hey, we paused there briefly on a Tuesday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, after getting off the line with Vic, I realized he had sent me an interesting email over the past day. A totally separate topic of discussion. It is in regards to climate change, global warming. Of course, it's global warming, global cooling. We go in cycles. Apparently, he came across an article over the weekend, and he said, this wasn't the one I was looking for, but I noticed the date line of 2019. there was a comprehensive video I came across over the weekend, but frankly, I didn't bookmark it, so I didn't know if it was on LG, Rumble, YouTube. It included a researcher at the University of Cincinnati involving solar cycles and earth wobbles, along with many of the core samples mentioned in this particular article. Short version is that our leaders knew, or should have known, the Earth's warming/cooling cycle is well researched, and political change is the name of the game. It is not climate change. It is political change. Now, Vic said, I got sucked in. I guess he's going back initially. I got sucked in because of my interest to proper resource use. Then came carbon credits, carbon, wetlands. That was when I realized global warming was a money and power game. But it was too late by then. The genie was out of the bottle. As the Bible says, there is nothing new on earth. And nothing illustrates this better than the 20,000-year Sahara Desert wet-dry cycle. See, at this point in our life, in anyone's life, during our entire lifetime, if we live to be 100 years old, right, that is a pinprick in the timeline of this planet. A proverbial pinprick in a 20,000-year cycle. That's in itself still a pinprick in the time cycle. Right now, we know the Sahara Desert is one of the harshest, most inhospitable places on the planet, covering much of North Africa, 3.6 million square miles, rock, windswept dunes. But it wasn't always so desolate and parched. Primitive rock paintings, fossils excavated from the region suggest the Sahara was once a relatively oasis where human settlements and a diversity of plants and animals thrived. Researchers at MIT have analyzed dust deposits off the coast of West Africa over the last 240,000 years and found that the Sahara and North Africa in general swings or has swung between wet and dry climates every 20,000 years. Hey, there's a cyclical thing going on here. This climate pendulum is mainly driven by changes to the Earth's axis as the planet orbits the sun, which in turn affects the distribution of sunlight between seasons every 20,000 years. The Earth swings from more sunlight in summer to less, and back again. Back and forth we go, but it's over a 20,000-year cycle. For North Africa, it's likely that when the Earth is tilted to receive maximum summer sunlight, with each orbit around the sun, that increased solar flux intensifies the monsoon activity, which in turn makes for a wetter, greener Sahara. When the planet's axis swings toward an angle that reduces the amount of incoming summer sunlight, monsoon activity weakens. It becomes a drier climate, more like what we see today. Our results suggest the story of North African climate is dominantly this 20,000-year beat going back and forth between a green and then a dry Sahara. Again, according to MIT. We feel this is a useful time series to examine in order to understand the history of the Sahara Desert and what times could have been good for humans to settle there. It's not a good place to settle right now, but cyclical. We ain't going to change it. And we'll be back.
USA News Update. Former President Trump's testimony in his New York civil fraud trial has concluded. He took the stand earlier today. Trump engaged in repeated disputes with the presiding judge as prosecutors questioned him about his financial records, saying after the proceedings,
"This is a case that should have never been brought, and it's a case that should be immediately dismissed."
Maine's two senators are pressing the Army for explanations following a tragic incident in which a reservist took the lives of 18 people last month. Regarding Robert Card's mental well-being, Card is Sergeant First Class in the Army Reserves, had a documented history of mental health issues prior to the shooting in Lewiston. Prosecutors have until next month to hand over DNA evidence to the judge in the Idaho student murder case. Brian Koberger is accused of the fatal stabbings of 4 University of Idaho students last November. Dave Collins, USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, it looks like Truckin' Phil's on board this Tuesday. Happy Truckin' Taco Tuesday. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Looking at 59 today, Fort Wayne, 57 Sterling Heights. Ready to do our thing. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and flip back again. All right, safe travels, Truckin' Phil. Semper Fi, have a good morning. And Pappy clarified, I mentioned Mike Lindell, that he still has a multi-million or billion, I don't, some outrageous number, lawsuit pending with the Dominion. And he said, yes, you are correct. And he vowed that he would never, ever settle out of court. He believes he's got the documentation. We'll see if they pursue that. Or is this one that they'll just ultimately say, let's let it go? See what Carl has going on. How we doing, Carl?
Yes, good morning, Steve. I appreciate you taking my call. Just thinking about the Middle East situation over there. We've got a big issue going on with that because we've got the wrong leadership in the White House and in the Pentagon. The Secretary of Defense is just as incompetent as our president. And we've got things going on there that shouldn't be happening with all of the aid and stand down he's ordering Israel to do, and Israel, of course, is not complying with that message. And we've got our ships over there. We've got as you broadcast earlier, a nuclear sub over there. But rest assured that China also has their weaponry over there too with ships, and they no doubt have their own version of the Ohio class sub as well, and I'm sure that Russia does too in the same waters over there. So they're just all looking at each other right now is what they're doing, and it's waiting on the first mistake. And Iran is there as well with their mess going on, and we've got an issue. It's a serious issue, and we've got the wrong leadership in the White House. So this is what I've called in before about this. If China wants to make a move, now's the time. And if they don't do it now, they won't be able to do it with Trump as president. That's for sure. And they know that. They know that very well. And so what we can get ready for is the powder keg to blow. And I'm sure that many people don't want to hear that, but all I'm doing is just being a predictor. I may be wrong, and the things that go on in this country here with the strike situation, I thought it would last until Valentine's Day as well. Well, apparently they settled, but it's not been ratified yet, and as well, they didn't really get what they wanted. According to the terms that I've seen, the 25% raise is not a 40% raise as they were asking. And as well, the 4-day work week is not on the books either.
Correct.
As far as I know.
I mean, do you think that do you think they really ever legitimately thought they would get? I mean, 40%. I think most of us are in agreement that was, that was an over the top request. You aim real high and look to meet in the middle. They went from 17 to 22 to 23 to 25. I mean, I don't think they could have actually expected much more than that.
Yes, sir. If they would have held out until Valentine's Day, like I was thinking, they may have got the 40%. But then in the meantime, they're getting tired of standing out at the picket line and enjoying the fire of the barrel. They build fires in the barrels, and they're doing strike pay, which you have rules for strike pay anyway. You have to show up, and they have a roll call at the strike location per shift. And if you're not there, then you're going to have some issues with receiving the strike pay. You're not going to get it if you don't do the proper rules there on that. And so if you show up, then you're going to get the strike pay, and you're active in the strike, then you'll go ahead and get it. But if you're sick or some things come up, you're going to have issues with receiving that nominal strike pay. So, and then you got to enjoy the fire of the barrel as well, when you could be enjoying the fire of your location at work. So the thing goes, if they would have held out, but they didn't hold out. So, yeah, you're right. The median settlement is a good thing, but they're still going to raise the price of their vehicles.
Oh yeah,
and it's gonna be a nightmare for anybody wanting to buy a new vehicle. I've always just settled for the used one, the good used one, around the $20,000 range myself. I mean, I've got a couple of 14s underneath my carport, and I've got an 06 that I drive, and I'm satisfied. So I'm pretty well off, in my opinion. But the thing is on this issue with the Middle East, it's really about to blow. I really do think that somebody's going to make a mistake, or somebody's going to call something a mistake, and they're going to say, well, that's a reason for me to do this.
Mm-hmm.
So they're about to do some things that's not good over there. And Biden is, of course, he's trying to get Israel to stand down. But what Israel really ought to do to settle all of this is they really need to just go in there, do what they need to do with that Gaza Strip, and build a wall around it and claim it for their own, in my opinion. That's the way that ought to go, and they need to guard it with a fine-tooth comb from now on, and don't allow the Palestinians to come back if they're going to bring the Hamas with them, and Hezbollah and everybody else that's coming with them over there, because that's the way it is right now, and the Palestinians have not kept them out of that little Gaza Strip, and that's why we have this problem right now. They have bombed Israel, shot rockets into Israel ever since they have done this. It's been like 8 years, I think, that they've done this, and so it's bad. It's awful. The Israel people are getting tired of being hit every day with this rocket barrage, And then we've got a president over here to tell them to stand down after a big attack like that. I mean, amazing. I just cannot believe the incompetency of this man. And as well as our defense secretary, Austin, he is so incompetent. I listen to him. Whenever I hear him speak, it's like, oh my, I cannot believe I'm hearing all this mess from this man. You know, it's just ridiculous what's going on. And I'll be voting for Daniel Cameron tomorrow in the state of Kentucky, and we hope that he wins and gets rid of King Andy, because we hate King Andy in the state of Kentucky. He was a mess, a total mess. Every day giving his COVID warnings and all of that, and everybody who died, he just made it such a terrible issue in the state of Kentucky. And I tell you, he was threatening to shut down the entire state. He was threatening well, actually he did. He took license plate numbers off of everybody who went to church on Easter Sunday.
Yeah.
And it was just total outrageous nonsense that he came up with. But we don't want that anymore. Not in my circles, I tell you that. We're voting for Daniel Cameron, and we're just hoping and praying for a big win for him tomorrow. And so we thank you. I thank you for taking my call, Steve. I appreciate it.
All right. Be interesting. I'm curious as to whether the polls, because, we don't have a whole lot of confidence in recent, decades, it seems like now, in those polls. Some showing Beshear firmly ahead, but the most recent, the New York Times, Siena poll, Siena College, showing a dead heat, 47-47. And there was just that handful of undecideds. Yeah, when you have that 4%, people that, for whatever reason, maybe will wait till they actually get to the booth. Or in some cases, I think some people just don't want to tip their hand. They don't want to say yay or nay, whether they're going to vote for the Republican or Democrat. They just want to keep it to this. It's my choice, my vote, none of your business. And they fall into what they call the undecided category. But today is the day, though. We shall find out. Good morning, blind man.
Good morning, Steve. I'm just hanging in there. Luckily, I have some neighbors that will help me, go shopping, take me to my doctors, along with another volunteer group, the Silver Spring Village. It's just difficult. I miss Amy, especially on Sundays when she'd come over and cook for me, make me some shrimp Alfredo and meatloaf, stuff like that. I can do a little cooking. I just got my meat order, lamb chops, pork chops, and steak. And I just have to be careful what I say politically around the neighbors, except for one. One is a neighbor's a Trump supporter, so I can talk to her and her husband. But I want to thank everybody for calling. Eskimo Mom calls to see that I'm okay. So does Gilligan. And I got a call from Country Bumpkin last Sunday. I knew that the climate change was a hoax. The minute Obama banned the incandescent light bulb, I knew that was a sham, so I went out and bought about 60 cases of light bulbs. So I'm set for,
really?
I hope.
If anybody's got an incandescent light bulb, the blind man's got incandescent light bulbs.
Well, if I got the other light bulbs, it would interfere with my radio.
Yes.
Yes. It would cause static, and I want to have good reception for DXing on the AM band. I understand you have some radio stations now.
Yes, we do, and the list is growing. I'm going to get an updated list later today from Josh, but yes, we do.
Wow! I hope you can get on WMAL and replace Red Eye. I call it Dumb and Dumber, because you're a hell of a lot better than they are.
I'm trying. I mean, you're in the Baltimore area, right? Is that correct? Or
No, I'm in D.C.
D.C. I don't know. I mean, we've got a station there in the Delmarva Peninsula. I don't know if you could pick them up or not.
What's the station?
Let's see. WUSX 98.5. It's actually an FM, I guess. 98.5 FM.
Oh, I can get that on my Alexa.
Okay.
Yeah, because I listen to Jake Smith from 9 to noon on 98.5 or 92.7.
All right, but they're carrying our entire show Monday through Friday, Monday through midnight to 5 a.m. Eastern time, yeah.
Okay, I can just tell her to play WUSX.
All right.
I'll get it.
I kind of wondered if you'd be in that.
Yeah, that's really neat. And I'll have to tell my friends on the Eastern Shore about you so they can listen to you.
Yes, yeah. I think we've only had like one call, a gentleman and I wasn't even aware at the time when he called, that he says, I listened to you on the Delmarva Peninsula, and then come to find out that they've been carrying us for a while. So, yeah, check it out.
That's great, yeah. And I know a guy that just bought a station midway between the Eastern Shore. And I told him about your show, and when he changes the format in January, I guess that's what he told me. I've been telling him about your show and other shows that I listen to. Jeff Cooner's really good from Boston, and then Jake Smith. I'm still looking for someone from noon to 3, and then 3 o'clock I usually listen to Sebastian Gorka or Howie Carr up in Boston. And then Michael Berry has a show in the evening from 6 to 8, which is pretty good.
All right. Well, if you talk to anybody like the guy that bought a station, we're being handled by Talk Media Network, TMN, Talk Media Network.
Okay, I will. But like I said, I want to thank the people that have called me and told me to one thing at a time. And the reason why I'm up so early now is I had a bad dream where somebody did introduce me to someone, and she turned out to be a he.
Oh boy, what a nightmare!
Yeah, sure. And I have no way of knowing because you're not allowed to braille anyone.
Yeah. Okay. So the kind of dreams a blind person would have.
Yeah. Okay, well, anyway, thanks for taking my call. I'll call in from time to time, and the people that have my phone number, I really appreciate them calling and checking up on me and making sure I'm okay.
All right. Good to hear from you, blind man. Thanks for chiming in. Like you say, one day at a time. That's all you can do. He's been through some tough times as of late.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
did see a blurb out of New York where the governor, Kathy Hochul, they're currently under a week-long effort trying to reduce big strikes, bridge strikes throughout the state. Now through Saturday the 11th, the New York State Police taking part in a bridge hit enforcement campaign. Troopers increasing patrols in areas that are known to be prone to bridge strikes. State police also coordinating with local law enforcement, commercial vehicle inspectors in areas that have high occurrences of bridge strikes. The Bridge Strike Patrol, in response to a 44% increase in bridge strikes on the New York State Thruway so far this year compared to last. Big jump. Officials say that there have been 91 reported bridge strikes this year compared to just 63 in all of 22. We've got nearly 2 months of the year left. This enforcement campaign, they say, will be accompanied by a social media education effort from the New York State Department of Transportation, the Thruway Authority, and the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee, entitled Check Your Height, Know It's Right. Bridge strikes are potentially hazardous, obviously, to motorists and first responders, causing needless inconveniences, but these incidents are 100% preventable. While we have implemented measures and technologies to help prevent bridge strikes, nothing is more powerful than knowledge. Drivers of overheight vehicles have a responsibility here as well. Follow the posted warnings, know the height of vehicles, and most importantly, pay attention. I would just venture a guess that many of these bridge strikes, not all, but many, I would say are attributed to individuals that maybe cannot, if you can't speak the English language, you probably can't read the English language. Anybody ever thought of that? Low clearance, low bridge. They may have the numbers there. I'm just guessing. What do you think, Gilligan? Might that be a contributing factor?
Also, what might be a contributing factor, we think about it, think of how, personally, I struggle when things are measured in the metric system. Most foreign countries, just about all foreign countries besides us in England, measure things by the metric system.
Yeah.
So when converting to feet and inches to metric, it gets confusing. So that's a contributing factor, I'm sure. But that's my opinion. Steve, I tell you what, I had a rather somber weekend. Those of your listeners that know me personally knew that I'd made a very dear friend in recent years, and he was an older man. He was actually friends with my dad growing up. And I knew him, but I didn't know him, if you know what I mean, till I bought the house right within a couple 100 yards of him. I tell you what, Stephen, it's a touching moment when you go to a man's funeral that you got to know so well and actually helped take care of towards the end a little bit, which he was helping me when he could.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I ended up speaking at his funeral, and I tell you what, I don't think I'd ever been more nervous in my life.
Yeah.
And I didn't know everybody.
Well, Gilligan, I'm looking at the clock there, and hey, we want to get the rest of the story, so maybe you can dial us in, earlier in the show tomorrow night, because we got to say farewell here on a Tuesday morning. See you back at the midnight hour Eastern.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah,